What D3 was good with it, bro. Was good with you. My bad. Yeah, I came a little later than normal. But I was gonna get to it for sure. D3 was good, my bro. Lady Do, of course, yes. It's gonna be a little later. A lot. MP was good, my bro. Appreciate you for stopping through. How you feeling? How you feeling, my guy? Smoke was good with it, bro. Salute to you. Appreciate you for stopping through. How the family feeling tonight, man? It's a little late, pardon me, but I had to come on. Got some decent stuff going on, man. Some good conversations as always over here. Got some stuff to talk about. And y'all seen that the presser from AB? Well, you know, the little virtual press conference anyway. AB kind of snapped a little bit, man. Sound you're a little pissed off, man. He said Al Haymon and Stephen Espinosa is bullshitting him. I think he might have been a little premature on that. I got a clip from AB too. I'm gonna play it. It ain't on. Oh, you ain't see it. Nah, you missed it. I'm gonna play a little clip. He ain't go off, but he just said he felt like they bullshit. I'm gonna play this clip real quick. Yeah, he said AB sound he was mad, but I think he was a little premature right now to be mad the way he was.
Let's get into it, and let's get into
Quee was good, sis. Appreciate you for stopping through.
Because I know for a while you've been training for this. You've been out in Colorado. Can you give us a word on just how training camp has been going and just your feelings on facing Omar Figueroa Jr.?
I'm going to be 100% honest with you, Brian. I ain't with none of this shit they got going on. I feel like Al Haymon and Stephen Espinosa is bullshitting because why is we doing a press conference on a computer when you got guys like They don't do Floyd shit on no fucking computer when you fight a YouTuber. They don't do nobody else shit on the computer, but they want to do my shit on the computer. So that's telling me they don't give a fuck about me. So when you say fuck me, it's fuck y'all. And at the end of the day, that's what I really just came here to let y'all know. I see anybody can see it. Y'all at this point y'all bullshitting. Y'all's been supposed to make this fight. Y'all giving us dates. Y'all keep pushing our dates back. Like, y'all, come on, man. Who the fuck do a 6-month camp? Y'all tripping. So what I'm gonna do, Brian, I'm gonna talk to you at 11 on Thursday. So what I'm gonna do is tell Omar, keep training your ass off. I'm training my ass off too. Let's go in there and put on the great performance. But I'm gonna get the fuck on up out of here and go back to sleep, y'all. Hey, Brian, I'll see you on Thursday, all right?
Let me say one thing. Now, because of COVID, this has kind of been the thing. This is like the preliminary press conference that we generally do. And then we obviously have the press conference in person during fight week. So this has been the protocol of what we've done generally, all because of COVID. Omar, we'll go to you as well. Talk to us about how training camp has been going, and then your thoughts on fighting.
You see, that was AB right there talking about Stephen Espinosa and Al Haymon. He feel like because they doing the virtual part of the press conference that they don't give a fuck about him. I think his feelings toward Al Haymon is a little premature because, as they were saying, that's kind of been the protocol since COVID. So that's not the face-off. That's not the face-to-face press conference that they're gonna have. So I think AB might have jumped the gun just a little bit. You know how he be in his feelings a little bit anyway, if we being real. AB get the slightest notion that you don't fuck with him, he gonna speak on it. That's one thing you gotta appreciate about AB, yo. He gonna tell you how he feel. Whether you agree with him or not, he gonna tell you how he feel. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he been inactive for a while, so he definitely was in his feelings a little bit. He was a little premature right there, because like they said, that's why Brian Custer just wanted to say that to him real quick. That this is, this is protocol pretty much. Like, what y'all doing, this don't mean they don't give a fuck about you, man. AB was bad as hell, bro. Oh man, he's a little hot. He got up out of there. He walked out of the interview and everything. Auckland LD, salute family. What's good with you, bro? Appreciate you for sliding through. Yeah, I think AB feelings toward Al Haymon and Stephen Espinosa was a little premature. I think he jumped the gun a little bit. But, AB, like I said, he going to speak his mind regardless. I'm just glad that he getting another opportunity. I mean, I know some people think he's just going to go in there and get beat up, but I will say this, man. I wouldn't be being honest if I didn't state that I do honestly think, regardless, despite what people believe, I think this is a winnable fight. I don't think he mad. Yeah, well, yeah. AB just got to focus up, man. Get his ass in that ring, man. Yeah, he get mad like he still got something to prove. I mean, I hope he used this shit to motivate him, and actually he give us one of those vintage type performances that fighters are known to have in their careers. Like, I really believe he could still do it. Like, it's up to him. It's a mental thing with him. If he come into that fight mentally ready, then maybe he could put forth a performance that we'd be talking about for a little while. But if he go in there and just take punches, man, it's gonna be the same shit we used to seeing. And I hope he don't go in there doing that. My bro commentary was good with it, bro. Appreciate you for stopping through. In the ring and let those hands. Yeah, he got to. I think it's mental with him. So again, his mental got to be right for this fight. And already he being emotional. I just hope he used this shit to motivate him and actually fight. He need to trust his man GT. He need to trust that GT got him and go in there and do what he's supposed to do to get the job done. Now, Omar Figueroa, Then took a couple tough losses too. He got his ass beat by Ugas, and Ugas don't have the highest punch output either. He just threw the correct shots and fought the right kind of fight. He beat Omar Figueroa up. Then Omar Figueroa got stopped in his next fight by Abel Ramos. So Omar got some wear and tear on him too. He a little shot worn too. I remember a while back when he was asking him to keep him busy and bring on the fight so he can stay out of trouble. Self-aware, man. Self-aware. Yeah. Talk about it, quick. And that's why he be feeling like that, because he telling y'all to just keep him busy. I don't see how that's an issue. Like, if he a fighter, I don't see, ain't that the whole point? Keep your fighter active, keep him busy. You know what I'm saying? Keep getting them fights. He asking y'all, he's down there pleading with y'all. Been around the homies like him, he not in a good space, so he lash out more facts. Facts, MP, that's what it is. A little lashing out, that's what he be doing. That's what he be doing. Y'all smash the like button for your boy on the way in, man. Who's in his corner at this point, should just be ready to fight and not worry about all that other match. Yeah, he gonna have to focus up for sure, because he gotta, every fight for him is his biggest fight of his career, because you never know what's next for him. I mean, you never know what you're getting with AB, but like I said, if he come in there focused, man, he'll give us a good fight. He'll give us something to talk about. Monica, salute, Queen. Appreciate you for stopping through. You just gotta focus up, and I don't think he should lash out at the people that are giving him the opportunity, even though it ain't right when he wanted it. And I do understand what he's saying, like who does a 6-month training camp. He got a point there. I don't know what the initial reason was for them pushing the fight back initially, but they did. Nonetheless, he still got a date. So he should be just happy about that. And I think he should just use everything to, all that fuel him, let it motivate him to put forth a good performance, because he's going to need it, man. He can't afford to lose again right now. I don't think so. I think he need to win. So you're going to have to focus up and not worry about Stephen Espinosa with Showtime and Al Haymon and them doing. At least he got an opportunity now. Some of these promoters can learn something from him, though. He can definitely sell a fight all on his own. Yep, facts. Facts, quick, without even saying much. He could just be mad. Yeah, AB is showman, that's for sure. So it's like he always gonna bring that entertainment factor, and it's like I don't see no reason why he shouldn't. Yeah, keep him busy. If that's gonna help him stay out of trouble, and that's somebody you care about, that's the way I look at it. When it all boils down to it, if that's somebody you really care about, and that's your fighter, and keeping him active, keeping him busy, keeping him focused is gonna keep him out of trouble. I mean, keeping them in the ring, like then I feel like that's something they should try to do. I don't see why that's nothing crazy. I don't think that's asking for too much. I think that's real. That's what you do when you rock with somebody, man. You help them out, and hopefully that's what something they could do for AB, man. I just want to see him back in the ring, like somebody claim his bills catching up to him and shit. He just want to check. I don't know. I'm not really too into the AB slander though, but I know the criticism is gonna come rightfully so, because he put the material out there for people to critique him on it. But I don't know, me myself, I'm just glad he gonna get a chance to get back in that ring, and let's see if he make the most out of it, man. Hopefully he give us, like I said, a vintage type performance. Maybe he give us a good Manuel Taylor type performance when he fought him. You know what I mean? Give us something like that. So I'll be happy to see that. But jury's still out on him. It's still, we're going to have to see what he do. But I just had to play that clip for y'all, let y'all know, keep y'all posted. AB kind of snapped out at Al Haymon and Stephen Espinosa. It was a little bit surprising, but then again, it is AB. And if he feel away and he feel like you ain't 100% with him, then he going to call you out on it. Even if he is wrong, he gonna speak on it. So if he let his hands go, yeah, me too. Hopefully he do that. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully he do that. And then, in other news, 140, I think is a hot division. I think we all know that. But you got people like Rollie. You got people like Rollie. He said 140. What he say is a fucking bum ass no name division. And I just had to speak on that again. I had to double back on that. I think he completely bogus. I think if Rollie Romero expect us to believe that 140 ain't shit, he must ain't watching boxing or he not paying attention. He said it's a fucking bum ass no name division. Like, man. And I just think that's bullshit. And he's saying nobody at 35 is fighting each other. And 40 ain't got nobody in it. So he gonna go up there. Because of that, he gonna fight Errol Spence. That boy, y'all gotta forgive Rollie, excuse him, because he's still partially concussed, man. He won't let his hands go. He gonna keep them in his pocket, holding on to his money. Yeah, man, AD free. If he do that, it's gonna be a long night for him because he got a chin. And Omar gonna keep it coming if he allow him to get it revved up, man. Just hopefully AB understand that he gotta come in there to fight, because if he don't, he gonna be in trouble, bro. He better use them hands. He better hold Figueroa jaw with them bitches. You know what I'm saying? He can't just stand there and take no punishment like that, because it really is a winnable fight. And like I said, I know him and Ugas are different fighters, different styles, but what I'm saying with Ugas is he don't have the highest punch output, and he was able to outmaneuver and kind of bully and beat up Ugas. I mean, beat up Omar Figueroa. So, you know what I'm saying, without having a real high punch output. So I'm saying that's something that we know AB struggle with, is having a high punch output. So if that's something, that's something I think that wouldn't hurt him as much in this fight. The tape is already out on Omar. He can be beat by fighters that don't particularly throw a whole bunch of punches, man. You just got to make them bitches count when you throw them, because he ain't the most defensively responsible person. And Omar Figueroa is similar to his brother. They offense is their defense. They get a win because Omar's passing. Yeah, it's possible. That's all I'm saying. It's just a winnable fight. But it's really up to AB and his approach and how his mentality when he come in there. He really got to come in there to win. Like I said, I think that I know it's a winnable fight. I seen the fight. I seen the Ugas and Figueroa fight. I seen that. That was his first loss. He got beat up. I thought he was gonna get stopped too. He was getting fucked up, and then he went out and got stopped by Abel Ramos. So I know it's possible. I know AB could beat him. Rollie gonna fight one of the Spencers. Rollie just still lost from being laid to rest in his last fight. Still looking for his soul. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely doing some soul searching, because if he think he gonna get in there with big fish, like I said the other day, that's career suicide, man. But it wasn't me, I ain't want to. It wasn't so much about him fighting Spence for me. It's that he really want us to believe that 140 ain't shit. Like, and again, like I urge people to think of a Brandon Lee in a Rollie Romero fight. Who in here wouldn't watch that? And I know we all know who Brandon Lee is at 140. Who wouldn't watch that in here? Like, we all watch that fight. What is he talking about? He ain't got no damn name. You fought Tank. That's it, bro. You still don't got no name. You got that. You got a fucking NyQuil nap. Everybody seen it. I really beat anyone in the top 20 at 47. Me either, bro. But AD free. What you think about him trying to say that 140 is a fucking bum ass no name division? That's what he said. I think he's sadly mistaken. Like, who is he trying to fool? It's some real smoke. Like, imagine you even a Montana Love and Rollie. Like, imagine that. You got. Imagine Sandor Martin. Sandor Martin fuck around and get Rollie at work. Got Regis Prograis up there, of course. You know what I mean? You already know you got Gary Antoine, Jose Zepeda, Jose Ramirez, Josh Taylor still playing around at 140. Who Rollie think he fooling if he want us to believe it ain't nobody at 40 to fight? See.
Okay.
That's because Gary or anyone else would beat him back to the projects. I'm telling you, man. So is he trying to? Is it safe to say Rollie already trying to put a bid in to duck smoke at 140? I would have sound like Tony Reviews was good with it, bro. Rollie must be. Rollie must like being knocked out because he's doing everything he could do. End up taking another nap in the ring. I'll say give him Spence and Crawford falls to it. It'd be a highlight reel. Classic. Facts, Tony. That's why I say he's still partially concussed. We gotta forgive Rollie for he not know what he say. Not only is he talking Spence, but he just disrespected 140. And I just wanted to highlight that it's way too many real names at 140 for that dude to try to think that he about to convince the boxing public and the real boxing fans that it ain't nobody at 140 for him. Like I said, it's just some real, like, I think nobody ever thought of this fight because he ain't at 40 yet, but we all know he clearly, like I said, people always say Shakur should just move up. He big as hell. Rollie big as hell. He ain't no damn 135 pounds. That boy is not no 135-pound fighter, man. He big as hell. They said he was 165 on fight night. That boy was 3 pounds away from being a full-blown middle or super middleweight in there. That shit is crazy. He easily could go to 140. I love it. Who wouldn't watch? Like, again, who wouldn't watch Brandon Lee and Rollie Romero? I'll watch that. Any day of the week, I'll watch that. I love to watch Brandon Lee box him up. And he got power. Brandon Lee could box with the power. Exactly what he's saying. He reaching like a motherfucker. I like his enthusiasm, but he's not ready for a long ass time for Errol. Yeah, he better steer clear away from him. He gonna get his face broke. I'm telling you, for real. Just because he won't be able to keep up skillfully. While his pops won't tell him to shut up. His pop still mad at him for getting slept. Just do. I didn't sound like you were about to quote a Bible verse. Yeah. Facts, Tony. That Rollie don't know what he speak of, man. He just be tripping. I'm telling you, he partially concussed. Them tank ass whoopings, them tank punches, them residual effects, them shit's different. I think he's not going to 40 because his butt buddy's there and they ain't trying to fight each other. You talking about him and Tio, right? Because he don't never say nothing bad about Tio. Yeah, that's right. Him and Tio get on lives together and talk about the rest of the fighters. This shit is comical. But shit, even that, Teofimo and Rollie, that'd be a good fight too. It'd be entertaining. Rollie, I'm convinced, even though he might lack the skill, he still got some heart, and it'd be he's entertaining. So any fight he get up in there with, he gonna be entertaining, even if he lose. He in that type of situation, so he actually in a decent situation because he do got some power and heart, and with some, that's gonna win him some more fights. He gonna win some more fights in his career. It's just when he get to that elite level is where he gonna struggle. You know what I'm saying? Facts, Quay rattled his shit. He's still recovering. He out here just saying anything. Cause I think it's bogus. Like, just think about how bold, how crazy he is. Like, it's real. I'm telling you, Tank still got that boy rattled for real. This boy said he won't fight Spence. Then he said, fuck 140. That's a fucking bum ass no name division. OG, what's good with it, my bro? How you feeling? Appreciate you for sliding through. Don't talk to that much. Make the yeah, make the fight so somebody can take a damn dirt nap. But nonetheless, man, Rollie is a fucking entertaining specimen, man. And it's funny at this point. And you gotta excuse him because this shit is just comical. You guys, he feel like you go to 147, they go, that's him daring to be great. Somebody gonna whoop that boy ass up there, yeah. That's why I said, man, everybody, you talking about 47, you can't just skip over 40 like that. Like, yo, who wouldn't watch Regis and Rollie? I don't give a fuck how many fights he got. Who wouldn't watch Regis and Rollie fight right now? I want them to mandate Rollie versus Gary or program. Oh, shit. Look, just as I was saying, the D-Free want to see that man take that dirt nap. Regis, you already know how Regis be coming D-Free. He be mad as shit. He don't like nothing and nobody. He want to fight everything. That's where that post came from in the thumbnail. That's what brought me up back to 140, not just the Rollie shit. But Regis said, is he missing something here? Because they had a list of makeable fights at 140 for Ryan Garcia. They had Montana Love, Sandor Martin, Regis Program, Brandon Lee. And you know, all of them would be good fights for Ryan Garcia because, like I said, he seemed like he snuck his ass to 40. And if that's what you did, then it's time for you to fight some junior welterweights. You got more than Tank problems to worry about. I'm telling you now. That's why I was saying it yesterday, not to be repetitive, but he can't. He's not safe nowhere. I don't understand what Ryan Garcia think he doing, but somebody better give him the memo. He's not safe at 40. He is not. And you go back to 35, Tank is right there waiting for you. Not safe, bro. Crowd was gassing him too. Yo, I'm telling you, Ryan Garcia is amazing, bro. Quee says she here for you. Here for that dirt nat. Zoom, what's good with it, bro? Salute to you. Appreciate you for sliding through. Matias, hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. Fight Matias, hell yeah. Can we get Rollie right? Tony wants to see a dead body, bro. That's that body. Hey, Tony, that's that body Wilder was talking about getting on his resume. He get there with him. Josh Taylor. Yeah, Josh Taylor beat him up, yo. He'd frustrate him and beat Rollie up. He really would. I know he would. Regis sleeps his ass. Yeah. Catterall. They all definitely beat him up. Ryan beat everyone at 35. Been saying his way before he started capping. Oh, you really think? See, for me, Ryan don't focus enough on skill set. To me, he focused too much on physical attributes. And I'm a firm believer, and I'm always consistent and transparent with this. I believe at that elite level, you need more than just physical attributes. I believe at a certain level that gets you by. You're able to get by with just that. But I think at the elite level, which is where he'd be competing at if he got in there with Tank, you need skills. And I ain't saying he don't have none, but he don't focus enough on honing those skills and improving on them. COVID, they got duckitis. Facts, OG. You know it. Crowd, yeah, gas and Rollie because they don't mind seeing them go to sleep then. On commentary, they don't care about that boy health. Tank will lullaby his ass to fuck. Yeah, facts. This would be a great comeback fight for Wilder. Give him Rollie. Yeah, Loma confused him. You thought Jackson Marinez beat your ass. Loma have box circles around you. Rollie even beats his ass. Yeah. He might bully him in there. Haney beats his ass. Shot. He KO'd 2 top tier boxers. Oh, shit. No, the hell he didn't. Fortuna ain't no damn top tier. That's what you talking about. I don't know, man. Ryan, the top tier boxer. Yeah, Tony got me bullshit. Haney will lose. Haney already lost to Ryan 3 times for being protected by head, getting 12-ounce gloves. I think Haney had box circles around Ryan Garcia. I really do. I truly do. Just from what I've seen, and they could be fighter A, B, and C out of Ryan and Haney, and just what I've seen out of Ryan Garcia, I haven't seen enough skill. Like I've seen the physical attributes, I've seen the speed, I've seen him be, sharp early. I seen him. I think his power is legit. I think he got some legit power. He crack you, and he commit to his punches for real. But I haven't seen a consistent body of work where I'm seeing like steady improvements. Like, you get what I'm saying? He kind of stagnated right now, and I don't think Fortuna was a good enough measuring stick to determine how well Ryan has improved. I think you can say to some degree you can give him some credit. Because I ain't trying to slight him. I got to give him his credit. He beat Fortuna ass. He ain't lose no round at all. He did what he's supposed to do to that dude. And I usually hate to use that term and phrase it that way because it seemed like you slighting a fighter when you say he did what he was supposed to do. But in that case, yeah, you had an out-of-shape fighter that was mentally checked out. He ain't have none for Ryan, and he didn't play with his food. Respect to him. Like, he didn't let him linger too long. I felt like a 6th round was a sweet spot. He got him up out of there. No disrespect to Ryan, but that's just not a good enough opponent to really gauge you know, fighting Tank. Like, and I that's why another reason why I truly want to see this fight bad, because I know I'm right about this. I want to show people what I was saying all this time when it comes to Tank and Ryan. It's not all just skill and physical attributes when it comes to that fight. It's intelligence and maturity, and I think that favors Tank heavily. I think he's a much more polished and mature fighter and much more well-rounded fighter than Ryan Garcia. He's front foot heavy. He relies on his speed and power too much. I'm telling you, and he can get away with it now with this level of opposition that he in there with. You get what I'm saying? And he's still young enough. And you know, he, like I said, he come in there, he gonna try to fight you because he believe in, again, his physical gifts, which is his speed and his power. Think Devin ran him out of 35 with the no belts for Oscar to try to weasel his way without fighting a nightmare. They really said, well, what's the point? Yeah. Facts on commentary, right? Easy work for Haney. I'm telling you, I don't say I'm beating Haney. Who is the weirdo talking about he's gonna cut me out of there? Oh, nah. Oh shit, y'all shout out. Gotta link my bro real quick. I got you, D-Free. Yeah, but yeah, Ryan got a ways to go, respectfully to me, because he just like, and again, just go watch his fights. And this is no shade to him or nothing. His punch, his combinations that he like to use, he's very predictable in his combinations that he like to use. Yeah, Ryan will get pieced up by Devin. Yeah, I'm with you, Quee. I think so too. Listen, that dude just got a ways to go to me. But if he's to me, he's a front runner to me, and that's, you know, I stole that from Floyd. I borrowed that from Floyd. After 6 rounds, you see him slow down. But again, in them first 6 rounds, if you able to push the pace or compete with Ryan enough to, you know, accelerate his gas tank and to help deplete it, you'll start to see where he lack. I always say that in the back half of the fight, but for that front half, he fast, he's sharp, he's strong, and he'll get you if you ain't ready for him. But I think once you push him past that midway mark, you start to see him slow down just a bit, and you start to see what he really made of. You've seen it a few times already in his career. It don't make him a bum. I wouldn't call him that, but I just say he's still limited in terms of skills, and I think he got a ways to go in terms of maturity in the ring, inside the ring and outside, to be honest. I just don't think he'd have a game plan outside of trying to knock Tank out. Like, you got to hear him when he speak of it. He'll never, I ain't saying you're supposed to give a game plan away, but that's just some shit. When you say it out loud, it sound cool. Maybe your fans will eat it up. Oh, I'll knock Tank out. I'm going to knock him out. You not even talking about how you going to do it, and you going in there banking on doing some shit that you ain't never done before. You know what I'm saying? To elite fighter, you ain't even fought a top 5 ranked fighter, I don't believe. And for you to just think you gonna get in there and just knock Tank out because you strong and you fast, I think that's a little bit naive, and it's a little immature to go in there. Like, ain't nothing wrong with believing in yourself, but I think, again, at that elite level, you need more than physical attributes to get you by. I think at that level you do. What's good, fellas? Good.
What's going on? I really want to see Ryan in there with Rollie. That would be a good matchup. If Ryan can make it past Rollie, then maybe he deserve a fight with Tank. But at this point, just calling out Tank Davis is not going to get you a fight with Tank Davis, especially when Oscar talking about they want 50-50 on everything. How the fuck you going to get 50-50 on everything? Ryan is not no A-side of Tank Davis. Yeah. Ryan is not a champion. Ryan ain't never been a champion. He ain't never fought a champion. So how you figure he just going to get 50-50 on everything?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's my problem. A-B side, to me, that's about who brings the most money. I mean, by far, Ryan Garcia is worth a lot more money than Tank Davis. He also sold more tickets. Like, he just sold out the Staples Center. Like, there's no doubt that Ryan Garcia has a huge social media following. I'm not saying that matches to boxing ability or resume or accomplishments. I'm just saying in straight followers, Ryan Garcia by far has more than anybody in that division.
You gotta understand. anybody can sell out the Staples Center when your ticket is $26.
Yeah.
Your ticket is $26.
No disrespect. Yeah,
but you gotta look at it like this. You gotta look at it like this. If you look up Devin Haney, Tank Davis, and Ryan Garcia's net worth, how much money they're worth, Ryan Garcia is worth more money than both of them combined. So he's been making more money.
That's their network. That's their network.
And again,
whether Ryan Garcia is worth more than them as far as network, that has nothing to do with the boxing industry. In the boxing industry, who brings the most money?
It does, because look at it like this. Let's go to a dude who's not even a fucking boxer. Look at Jake Paul. Jake Paul is doing Canelo numbers off of following alone.
But Jake Paul's not fighting. Jake Paul's not boxing.
Following does not equivalent to boxing ability. But if you're talking about
you're not getting it. You talking about Jake Paul. Jake Paul's not fighting actual boxers. He's fighting MMA fighters. So they're bringing revenue to the fight as well. So it's not Jake Paul. It's not Jake Paul fighting Oscar De La Hoya. It's not Jake Paul fighting an actual boxer. You're talking about an exhibition match. We're talking about actual boxing matches. And Ryan Garcia is not on the level of Tank Davis. Ryan Garcia never been a pay-per-view. Tank Davis did 350,000 pay-per-view buys, and he set the record for the Bakke Center. Nobody sold that many tickets at the Bakke ever.
And again, I think
Tank Davis did that.
You gotta understand.
I think Ryan Garcia net worth too is in large part due to how well he's been marketed outside of the sport. I don't think that's been because of the fights he's participated in. I think
you gotta look at it like this too, though. You gotta understand this.
I think he make his money outside of the sport, which is cool.
Yeah, he has. But that all it's intangible. It goes hand in hand with your following, like how marketable you are, who's gonna sign you, what sponsorships you're gonna have. That's all hand in hand with your popularity. But I was gonna say this. You gotta understand. Hold on. Listen. The thing about pay-per-views you gotta understand one thing. PBC is on a pay-per-view style business, whereas DAZN is not. It's a subscription. So you can't really compare the two because Ryan Garcia, as long as Ryan Garcia is with DAZN, it is highly unlikely he'll ever sell a pay-per-view because they don't do pay-per-views unless it's Canelo.
So why is DAZN adding pay-per-view to their subscriptions then? I'll wait.
I just said unless it's a Canelo or AJ.
It don't matter. They already going to implement pay-per-view for their subscribers.
Oh, God.
So it don't matter. What do you mean? Like Ryan ain't on the same value as Tank. Dude was selling packages of $26 for 2 fucking tickets. A Tank fucking ticket is like $1,000 for Upper Deck. And he sold out the whole fucking Madison Square Garden in Atlanta multiple times. So what you talking about, man?
And everybody on PBC don't do pay-per-view. It's only the major stars on PBC that does pay-per-view. Not all of them do pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. We can name on one hand how many fighters on PBC that does pay-per-view. All of them don't do it.
Right, but PBC is built off the pay-per-view model, whereas DAZN is not. They were built off.
What is Ryan Garcia's highest purse?
I don't know. I don't know what Tank's highest purse is either. But what I do know is one has a bigger following and one has a lot more money in the bank. That's what I do know. Now
that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't bring
to me, if they're going to fight, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be a 50-50 fight because you have such a listen.
Ryan Garcia never did a pay-per-view.
There is no doubt at this moment that Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia are the two guys with the biggest two followings anywhere around 135, 140, 147. It doesn't fucking matter. Below heavyweight, them two dudes have the biggest following out of all fighters. Period. So if you got the two biggest guys with the biggest following, why the fuck wouldn't it be 50-50?
It won't be 50-50 because Ryan Garcia never did pay-per-view. We don't know what his pay-per-view numbers is going to be. We know what Tank Davis pay-per-view numbers is. That's why it's not 50-50.
You know, that's what comes
in part of making your daggone your percentage. what you bring to the table. We know what Tank Davis brings to the table. We don't know what Ryan Garcia brings to the table. So how can you say he get 50-50 if he never did pay-per-view?
Yeah, he don't even have the sales record to back up his stance for wanting or trying to demand the 50-50. And I hate to get into the numbers part because I ain't no expert in it, but I just know his social media following don't necessarily translate to ticket sales. I do know that. I know I know his popularity exceeds his talent in the ring. And I think people know that to a certain degree too.
And truth be told, this is the biggest sale that he's ever did, and that was because of the daggone ticket prices. It ain't had nothing to do with the fact that it was Ryan Garcia. It was a fight in Los Angeles, and the ticket prices was cheap as hell. Anybody wanted to go see a fight saw the ticket prices at $26. Whether they wanted to go or not, they would have went.
No, it was $26 for 2 tickets, D-Free. It was $26 for 2 motherfucking tickets. Ryan made off of this last fight, and you talking before him having to pay any motherfucker. He made $2 million. So what? He's coming away with $800K. He ain't close to what Tank has made. Okay, he ain't fucking even close to a fucking Tank has made, man. And I ain't even on no feeling shit, man. Like, you want to talk about he has a motherfucking bigger following? Who? Twitter girls? They ain't buying motherfucking fights. They ain't watching boxing. If you look at him taking pictures all the time, it's little fucking girl fans, man. That's his whole fucking following is social media, man. And if you want to talk about who got social media unlocked, technically, who's more popular than him now is the motherfucking Paul brothers. You know what I mean? Like, so the argument saying that Ryan is more popular, got more fans, he makes more money, man, fuck that shit. And what are these last 2 elite fighters he fought? I'll wait. Who he fought? An old ass tuna who he ducked like fucking 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He aged his ass out. Okay, and then the last person he fought, then the last person he fought gave him trouble. And Ryan was like 12 inches taller than that motherfucker. So what do you mean? The dude looked like he was on.
Ryan gonna be like 12 inches taller than Tank Davis. What the fuck? Fortuna is taller than Tank. What the fuck?
Bruh, go back and watch at his fight before the last. Go look at watch at his fight before the last, man. Tago, whatever the fuck his name was. Had trouble with Tago. With Tago.
His name's To Go.
With Tago.
And he's taller than Tank. And he's taller than Tank. You don't even know what you're saying. The words that are coming out your mouth.
Did you hear what I said? I said he was bigger than his opponent. I didn't just say taller, bigger. You want to know what fucking bigger means and what taller means? Taller, bigger than his opponent. You know what I mean? So his opponents have been smaller than him. You get what I'm saying? And I don't mean just fucking height. I mean body size, mass. Ryan, come on, man. He picked the old-ass tuna. He picked the old-ass tuna. Okay? And then he picked a Tago that gave him motherfucking trouble. He couldn't even knock his ass out in the first, 2 rounds talking all that cocky shit? Who has he fought? Who has Luke Campbell almost floored that motherfucker? What? Okay.
All I'm saying is Ryan Garcia and Golden Boy.
Talking about?
If they want to fight with Tank Davis, I'm telling you the reason why Oscar De La Hoya said 50-50 is because they really don't want to put Ryan Garcia in there with Tank Davis. They know if they say 50-50, they're not going for that shit. They know they're not going for it. How you going to say you want to fight Tank Davis? You know you're not on the level of Tank Davis as far as asses and seats. You're not on that level. But you want to say 50-50. You know they're not going to go for that. That's why you say 50-50. You don't come and say 50-50 off the top.
I'm going to say this, and I don't even care about the 50-50. To the dude that was just talking, you literally said Ryan was 12 inches taller than To Go. But however, To Go was 3 inches taller than Tank Davis. So like I said, you bodied yourself with your own words. Not you, the dude that just got off. Not you, the guy that just jumped off. Because he knows he bodied himself with his own words. You can't claim that Ryan was so much bigger than To Go, but To Go is taller than Tank Davis. That makes no sense at all. Like, the point that he was trying to make, he just killed himself. That made no sense. Now, what we can talk about, what is relevant, is the 50-50. I really don't care about the 50-50. All I said was this. They both have huge followings. Fuck it. It's going to sell a lot of tickets if them two fight. They're the two biggest followers in boxing around that division. So
that's the same issue we have with.
No, I would like to see the fight. I would love to see the fight.
But that's the same issue we had with the Bud Crawford and Earl Spence. How can you say 50-50 when we know one man is, no, but what I'm saying is, how can you say 50-50 when we know one man brings in way more money than the other man?
Up, bro.
But here's the thing, Bud. The problem, like,
Jack coming through.
This is what I'm talking about. Bud is a perfect example versus EJ. EJ deserves way more money than Bud, even though Bud has more accolades, even though Bud has been a multi-divisional champion 3, even though he's been undisputed, he still doesn't deserve the same cut of the split as Earl Spence, because Earl Spence by far has the bigger following. To me, A-B side is about your following. It's about what you can put asses in seats. It's all that matters. It doesn't matter what you've done. It's like, for instance, Adrien Broner is about to fight Figueroa. Adrien Broner is the A side because people go to watch Adrien Broner fight, even though he doesn't even fight no more. Ever since he lost to McDonough, he doesn't let his hands out his fucking pocket.
Quee said she got the rotel. That sounds good too, man.
He still got ticket sales today.
The rotel with the.
But no, the point that you just made, my point.
Yeah, we did.
See, it does not 50 because he doesn't bring the asses that Tank Davis brings. He don't. He don't. You can look at all his fights up until the fight he had on Saturday. He does not bring those sales. He don't. His motherfucking box office be flopping every single time. This is the one fight that they did good in because they was putting on a promotion and they were giving out motherfucking tickets for dirt cheap. That's the only reason why he did is what he did. They was giving out tickets for dirt cheap. He don't do what Tank Davis do. If they would have sold those tickets at regular prices and he did that, we could talk about, okay, Ryan Garcia was a success in his ticket sales, but they didn't do that. They sold the motherfuckers for dirt cheap. I don't care who you are. You getting the motherfucking tickets for dirt. You gonna go to the fight because you like to watch boxing. You gonna go pay for the fight. $26. Whether I wanted to go see that fight, I would have paid $26 to go to that fucking fight.
Look, I got you. I feel you. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be a furniture, and I don't really care. I want to see the fight. You know what I mean? I want to see them two fight. I believe Ryan can beat Tank. There is a possibility that Tank can knock Ryan out. They both can knock each other out. They both have a lot of power. I don't think it's a cut and dry fight. I don't think it's definitive that Tank can beat Ryan. Just like I don't think it's definitive that Ryan could beat Tank. But I do believe Ryan will get the win if they do fight.
Stuff how it feels.
I mean, that's your opinion. You can have your opinion, but Ryan doesn't possess any. Ryan possessed the same tools that Rollie possessed when people thought that Rollie was going to be Tank. He has power. That's the only tools that Ryan possessed.
Ryan a lot better than Rollie. He's a lot better than Rollie. A lot better.
It didn't look a lot better when they was sparring. Didn't look a lot.
What is sparring? Sparring don't mean shit. You know how many times? You gotta understand. Sparring don't mean shit. Sparring don't mean nothing. You look at the top edited video that's showing highlights of who knows what happened before they got into the ring. Sparring does not matter. Too many times. Hold on. Too many times you see guys saying, "I got the better of this guy in sparring," and then they get their ass knocked the fuck out by the guy they supposedly beat in sparring. The last case in point of this, The last case in point of this was Dillian White was knocking Tyson Fury out in sparring. It happened. But Tyson Fury completely dominated him, made him look like an amateur, made him look like he didn't belong in the ring. Sparring doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean nothing.
You didn't listen to what I said. I said sparring doesn't mean anything, but it does something when you're getting controlled the whole sparring match. The whole sparring match, you're getting controlled. And that means something. That means you're not able to do anything with that man.
It doesn't, because you got to understand.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Watch that little clip. You got to understand. You watching that clip. Rollie was doing shit that he couldn't do in a real fight.
I'm gonna tell you
You can't put your forearm in somebody's face. You can't put your forearm and push the chin away. You can't wrestle with him like MMA. Like
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? In a real fight, like it's just way worse.
He can't do that in real life. He was doing that. He did the same thing. He did the same exact thing. He was using
a boxing tank. He was out boxing tank till he got knocked out.
Did you not hear what I said? Did you not hear what I said? Because you're making my point. You said
out boxing tank. That's almost funnier than the yak.
You're crazy.
I said he was doing the same thing. He was using his forearm on Tank. You say he can't use the forearm and all that. He was doing the same shit. And then Tank caught him with a leg and put him to sleep.
I'll tell you this though, the way Ryan Garcia, like he fight to me, and the way Rollie style is, I would love to see it, because I don't think he'd be the hand. His best shot, he better knock Rollie out. I will say that. And I ain't saying he can't do it, because I think he got some real speed and power. He got some physical shit with him. He's sharp early. So he better, if he knock Rollie out, he cool. But I tell you what, if he don't, he gonna have a rough night to me, because I think he gonna bully him, and I just don't think he can handle pressure. That's what I just want to see. I want to see it. So like, I really just want to see the Tank fight, because that's what he been calling for years, and I think it's time he just give us what we want to see. It's nothing personal. Win, lose, or draw. I respect him for getting in there with Tank, but I'm not gonna respect the continuously clout chasing him and saying you want to fight him and not getting in there. Just get in there with him. We respect it, win, lose, or draw. You won't be no bum in my eyes if you get in there and lose the Tank. But I do think you got a NyQuil Nat waiting for you. You might as well go.
That's the problem right there, I like what you just said. That's the problem with a lot of boxing fans. Like, if Tank got knocked out by Ryan, it doesn't make Tank a bum.
Nah, I don't.
Knocked out by Tank, it doesn't make him a bum.
I try to eliminate the whole bum conversation.
He's a bum. That's why they never fight each other. That's why you never.
I be saying that. If they know that we willing to support them, win, lose, or draw, I think they, to some degree, that could have an effect on the way they get in there. To understand more so that the losing your don't mean your career is done. It's not by a long shot, man. It just means you got in there with somebody that was better than you that night.
But that's like a double standard, and it's sad to say, but the greatest boxer of all time created that double standard for boxing. Mayweather. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at it, he's probably the most arrogant, cocky boxer in the history. You know what I mean? But he could back it up. He's backed it up. But he's always prided himself on that So the generations coming up have that image in the back of their dome, knowing that, hey, I need that to be able to stay alive with my career. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like Canelo. He's taken 2 losses, and I guarantee the majority of TWT don't like Canelo. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he's a bum now because he's lost. But I'm telling you that keeping the old thing, and the reason why none of these fighters are fighting each other is because, again, everybody wants to keep that old based on the facade that they're trying to get to where Mayweather was at, and they don't understand that you gotta want to be greater in this motherfucking sport to actually be up there.
Yeah, I think we could, if we put Mayweather in his own little, because he a one of one, and we just need to understand that. Fuck that. He got it off. He made it to the 50-0, but understand, if you don't make it to that, you still great. You don't need the to be great.
Exactly.
You need the fighters and the certain level of opponents on your resume to be great, I think. And you don't necessarily got to win them all.
There have been fighters.
Just gotta fight them.
Hey, there have been fighters. And one guy with the backwards cap, I don't know your name. There have been fighters that have gone past 50-0. Mayweather made it seem like that was something big in welterweight, and it never was. 49-0 only ever mattered at heavyweight. It was only that a heavyweight champion, Rocky Marciano, went undefeated. And it only mattered at heavyweight until Mayweather made it a big deal at welterweight. Welterweight and heavyweight are two different things. Heavyweights normally don't go undefeated because one punch at that weight class can change everything.
And then you know what? I agree with all that. Another thing with Floyd, like I think that people need to take into consideration that was a big part of his marketing strategy was his that don't have to be nobody else's. You get what I'm saying? Nobody else has to promote themselves that way. They don't have to do what worked for him. Ain't gonna work for everybody. That's something I think people need to realize and just do what you do. Go fight the fighters that you know. Get in touch with your core fan base, and you'll find out who we want to see you fight. And I think giving us those fights, you're gonna always be respected by your people. And the money gonna be there. I believe that whatever money y'all chasing, if that's your goal in boxing, which ain't nothing wrong with, you're a prize fighter. Part of that is just getting in there with the fighters that you need to fight, and that money gonna take care of itself. You're gonna have the support of the people because you're gonna challenge yourself accordingly instead of getting in there with people. Like I think everybody right now at a position where they need to entertain 50-50 fights and nothing less, if possible, each and every time out. Everybody that's a top dog in whatever division right now just need to entertain 50-50 fights from here on out. Anything less is a slight to the boxing public. And again, I read another article too, man, just so I wanted to touch on Shakur Stevenson mentioned fighting Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, can Shakur? I don't know.
Apparently Shakur, and I don't want to interrupt, but apparently I read one today that Shakur is offering Loma a fight in 2023 for the title.
I read that too, bro. You right. Yeah, that too. Yeah. But I did think he just touched on fighting Ryan because I thought it was a little, in a way, it was a little surprising for me to hear him even mention Ryan, but he felt like fighting him would make him a pay-per-view star, and I felt like he feels that way because he knows and understands how well he's been marketed outside the sport. I think it's a certain casual audience that you could attract, and that's going
you got to cater to. Oh, for sure. There's casual fans. There's boxing savants that, you know what I mean, they don't miss a boxing fight in their life. You know what I mean? You got to cater to all fans. You know what I mean? You got to cater to all fans, and I agree to that. And I think Shakur is approaching the business side of boxing very smart, very savvy at a young age, learning at a young age.
It was cool to hear that. I'm like, oh, you thinking a little bit, thinking ahead. It don't mean necessarily he called him out. He didn't call him out. He just talking. But he did what you said about the Loma. He did offer that. I mean, he did say something about that.
Yeah,
he also said he felt like it'd be bad for his career. It'd be like he would hate to miss an opportunity fighting Loma before Loma retired. Like that's something he really want on his resume. He want to fight him.
Well, Loma's there for the taking because he doesn't have a fight right now, being that Devin Haney's locked up.
Yes, sir.
My thing is this: I would rather see Shakur go to 135, get acclimated before jumping up to 140 and fighting Ryan and just not being ready for the weight. I mean, I think Shakur is the best technical boxer in boxing right now by far. I don't think anybody's better than him. But again, jumping up 2 more weight classes after you've already moved up a weight class, that's a hard task.
Yeah, I don't think he was talking about doing it like that though, because I definitely think after 30, I think he definitely going in order. I think he's gonna go 35. I'm a fan of that too. I agree with you with the acclimating to the weight classes. Man, am I a fan of that? Because I believe they weight classes for a reason. Even though I feel like you say,
why they say there's levels to this shit.
Yeah, he one of the best. I just think I believe he's smart as well, so he's gonna do things the right way. He ain't gonna be arrogant about it. I think he's gonna move accordingly, and he feel like he know the smoke is at 35. Yeah. So my thing is, again, I would have rather seen the Joe Cordina fight and wouldn't have mind if it was in England because he just came off a big win and it made sense. He could have chased another belt, but at the same time, I don't think he really complaining about a homecoming fight that they giving him. But I say after that, if the fights at 30 ain't meaningful, please just move up. Don't waste no more time. I get the homecoming fight with Kinsey. Yeah, I get that one. But after that, if it ain't a title or a meaningful fight, don't waste your time at 30. Just go to 35.
I think he's gonna start having pretty soon a hard time to even making weight at 130 because man, that boy was looking big on that last fight he came in. Just saw him training video of him like out of yesterday, and he was training and like when he was like and he was rolling his hip and he was hitting the hook and I'm like his arm like swell like yo, this dude's not gonna be at like 130 for maybe one more fight. I think maybe one more fight.
Maybe,
you know what I mean?
After this one, maybe, possibly. But I say it got to be meaningful because fight after this one is like, you get what I'm saying? Like we said, and he even recognized it. Like, you know, it ain't the easiest in the world, but he still can do it. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, just like, again, the only thing that's worth even trying to make that weight after this point is a meaningful fight. If it's not meaningful, what's the point? Don't do it. Don't even risk it. Don't waste your time. Just go up.
To be honest with you, I would like to see him fight. Well, he would have to move up in weight, but I would like to see Shakur versus Navarrete. I think Navarrete is the only one that's a threat to Shakur.
Hey, bro, you don't remember that was in talks? Dude ain't won it. He ain't won it. Remember, I thought it was gonna be that. I remember doing something on it. Dude,
Navarrete ain't won it.
Yeah, I thought that was a good ass fight. I was excited for that for a second. Then they like shot it down quick.
They killed that quick. They killed that quick. It was a quick kill. It was like shoot it down quick.
It's like boom. I'm like, damn.
God, they ain't let it catch no type of traction. They ain't let it catch no type of traction.
Hell no. I said shit. I thought
they both were top rank.
Say that again.
I said both of them were with top rank, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I don't know if Bob Arum would want to kill off one of his stars because one of them is going to lose.
I think
makes sense because it makes sense though because Bob. I mean, when you look at it, either way, he took a big L with Bud leaving. You know what I mean? Like, so you know he's trying to keep Shakur. You know what I mean? Because if it was up to Shakur, I think if it was up to Shakur, he'd fucking dip. You know what I mean? Like I think he'd dip. Just to get more opportunities because you can tell he's hungry. You know what I mean? He's young, he's hungry. He wants all the smoke from anybody, you know, anywhere.
My fear is Bob gonna stop him from being great, and I would hate to see that. And I just got this sneaky suspicion that he's gonna do it. It ain't even a sneaky suspicion. He say it the way he talk. Undisputed is dumb. This don't make no sense. It makes sense for Loma. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't trying to hear that, man.
Yeah, you know, I'm a Loma fan, but you know what I'm saying. I can't support it with the way Bob protects him. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like it.
Bob, that's Bob's grandson.
Yeah,
he love him some Loma Jacob. That's why I want to know. I really want to know too. It's a lot happening in boxing. It's a lot of shit that could potentially shake out. Devin Haney keeps saying he don't know who he fighting in October. I don't understand this shit. I don't get it. It's you got the rematch clause being activated, that type of news coming out. You got this dude keep saying he don't know who he fighting. Am I crazy to believe? Ain't I right? At some point they gonna have to tell him who he fighting. Ain't like this supposed to be a fucking surprise. You get what I'm trying to say? Like when
Bob tried to hustle everybody the way he tried to do Mayweather, because Mayweather paid his ass something like $750.
Paid his way up out of there.
You know what I'm saying? He had to. You know what I mean? And it was like highway robbery, but Mayweather knew he needed to do it to be able to, you know what I mean, excel. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's it really seems like it's it really seems like that's I really feel that's like the track that he's putting Shakur on. You know what I mean? Like, and I think it's gonna be bad in the long run. Shakur being with Bob is good. Bob is good for starting someone's career. I'm not gonna hate on Bob.
I've heard that before.
You know what I'm saying?
People say that, but he's like after that point, you don't know how to
exactly
that superstar unless he got, I don't know, a personal invested interest in him. Like then he won't push him that way. Like you will start hearing shit like what I ain't never hear him say to no other fighter on his stable they need to promote themselves other than Crawford. I ain't never hear him tell nobody that. Like, and it looked crazy to me, and it's to add to your point. Like I think he could get you to a certain point, but after that, it's like I felt it's like he don't know what to do with you no more after that. I don't know what it is.
Like his creativity just runs out. He don't know how to.
Like, bro, just push him, man. You got like how you got a Terrence Crawford. Like it is something crazy that's a discussion that's worth a discussion. I think Terrence Crawford should be bigger than what he is. I really do think that. I do. And I think if he was with somebody else,
I can't say that. I can't say that, man. I've been too vocal on how I feel about Bud, and I can't support a fighter like that.
Yeah, but I think if they didn't, if some certain things went a different way, I think certain decisions was made. I think he could be bigger than what he is, and I think, don't get it wrong, don't mistake what I'm saying. We know what it is with Bud. We know what he brings to the table, but I think he could have been a bigger fighter. I really do, a bigger, like on a star level, and he wouldn't be having to ask for it. You get what I'm saying? He wouldn't be trying to force people to.
If he was with Al, he'll be way bigger.
You get what I'm saying, Flossie? I'm not trying to say, like, I just feel like he could be a bigger fighter. I do.
No,
he's got to tell him, but he wouldn't get pushed like that, bro.
Like when Bud talks, it pushes you to sleep. Like he has no charisma. His personality.
They was good with you. Appreciate you.
He's monotone as fuck.
Yeah, he's real monotone. Like the only time that Bud ever shows excitement is whenever he's competing against somebody. But if you're just talking to him, like it's like watching paint dry. Like he just doesn't have the personality to be a star.
No. on God, that's how it is. Like my very first fight, my very first fight I ever watched when I was 5 was Roy Jones. And I fell in love with boxing because of the level of excitement that he brought to the sport. I know a lot of people have their opinions about him, Roy Jones this, Roy Jones that. In my eyes, under Mayweather, you know what I mean? He's second best in my eyes because that's who I grew up watching was Roy Jones. You know what I mean? And when I see that level of excitement, it's like when I look at Boots, that man is exciting. You feel the energy when he's in the ring. You just like he has an aura about him. But when I look at Bud, it's like, yo, you just like another regular dude to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, he hasn't fought nobody. He hasn't excited me in any way. You know what I mean? And I've been very vocal about this on BFTV and stuff. I don't support Bud just because of how he moves and he don't excite me. You know what I mean? Like when I watch EJ, he's like a force moving forward, unstoppable force, immovable object. You get what I'm saying? So to me, that's why I feel at the end of the day, like you may be able to market him a little bit better, but at the end of the day, you have to be like AB, like Broner. You know what I'm saying? People hate that motherfucker, but he could promote a motherfucking fight. You know what I mean? Like he knows how to do it. And that's what Bob was used to. He had Fury. Fury could promote his own damn fight. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's where Bob's downfall was, and I think that's what he expected Bud to do, and Bud was just not the right one.
Bob full of shit to me, because when you signed that motherfucker, that he wasn't like that. There's a lot of promoters out here that promote fighters that just as fucking boring as Bud, but they bigger than Bud.
Yep.
I don't get no disrespect to Lomachenko, but Lomachenko don't say a whole bunch of exciting shit before the fight that make you just feel like, well, it don't make me feel all excited. You're a regular ass fighter to me until I watch him inside the ring, and the shit that I see inside the ring makes me like him as a fighter.
Exactly.
He's born as fuck outside the ring.
The thing is with Lomachenko, Lomachenko has a country behind him, so he don't really have to promote his fight.
You have to look at it like this though, because there's a language barrier. There's a language barrier there, and I'm not trying to put crutches, but when you look at excitement, like you can't be like Usyk. You know when he's talking like he's saying some weird shit in his native tongue. You know what I mean? And you know to his people he's getting them hyped, but to us we don't know what they're saying. So when Loma sometimes is trying to say things like, I don't think it's exciting because I see what you're saying. You know what I mean? Flossie, I understand.
But that's what I'm saying. Loma has a whole country behind him, so he don't have to promote the fight like that. But with somebody like a Bud, he needs somebody like an Eddie Hearn, somebody that's actually going to promote the fight.
His 2 fans from Omaha ain't enough.
Yeah, Bob irritate my soul with that promote yourself shit. Like, this your title is fucking promoter. Motherfucking promote. It's literally your job.
We're looking at it as that's what they supposed to do. But if you really think about it, most promoters don't promote the fight. The only ones that really promote the fight is people like Bill Haney, Eddie Hearn. Those are the guys that really promote the fight. And then you got Al Haymon and Showtime. They promote a little bit, but mostly it's the fighters that's promoting the fight.
Yeah. I didn't know who the fuck you were with that picture up there. Well, I was like, who the fuck up here would just do?
To be able to promote, you know what I mean, the way that Bob can't is bad for the younger fighters. You know what I mean? And I think Bob in his old age, I think he just need to step back, you know what I mean, and let somebody else take over.
Like I keep telling everybody, Bob is at the point in time in his life, he's like, man, I've been doing this shit for over 50, 60 years, I don't give a fuck about what somebody else think about me. I'm just collecting this money until I leave this earth. I'm just trying to make sure my family's straight and my great-grands and all of them are straight. So Bob don't give a fuck what nobody else thinking, what nobody else saying. He gonna do what he want to do.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's why he gave Mayweather so hard of a time to leave, because he knew Mayweather can promote himself. And Bob knows I'm going to make more money off of somebody that can promote himself. And that's where I believe great fighters are made. It's like wrestling. The best motherfuckers in wrestling have badass mic skills. I mean, you know what I mean? The Rock, shit like that. So when, like EJ.
Most great fighters are really
perfect example. Perfect example, like you said with the wrestlers, WWE. You see a lot of people that they hype up to be the next superstar, but once they realize they don't have the presence of the catchable audience, you start to see them throw them motherfuckers to the wolves and they get pushed back. You don't see them in the forefront no more because they realize we can't sell this motherfucker fighter. Once they realize they can't sell that fighter, McMahon pushed their ass to the back and they put somebody else in that spot.
Yep. That's why someone like Brock Lesnar been doing what he's doing for 20 plus years.
Yeah, horrible. He was horrible on the fucking mic until like maybe 3-4 years ago.
Now he's a beast on the mic, man. He's funny as shit.
Yeah,
he's funny as shit. He learned a lot from Paul Heyman.
Hey, I ain't got them problems with Bud ain't my favorite fighter no way, so I don't give a fuck.
Hell no.
Bud is not my favorite fighter. Bud is not my favorite fighter, but Bud is a good fighter. He got skills or whatever. But it's just you gotta be realistic when you come to these negotiation tables. And I feel when people's trying to outprice themselves, if you want to use that word, it's because they really don't want the fight. They want the motherfucker to say, you know what, man, fuck this fight. I'm not dealing with this motherfucker no more. And so they can say, oh, see, I was trying to negotiate. They said fuck the fight. That's what they really trying to get to do.
Bro, you know what I'm gonna use Bud for, D3?
What's that?
I think so too, Shay.
When this boxing video game come out, I'm gonna be knocking his ass out.
Make a creative fighter and then knock his ass out of an exhibition.
Everything on the 100. I'm gonna be a 6'1" switch hitter at welterweight. What?
I mean, to me, it really doesn't matter who the fighter signs with. I don't care if they sign with Top Rank, they sign with Floyd, they sign with Al Heyman, they sign with Eddie Hearn, Golden Boy. I don't give a fuck who they sign with. As long as they sit down and try to make the fights that the fans want to see, and they be reasonable when it comes to negotiating.
I ain't gonna bullshit you. If I could just do what damn Bob do and don't promote bullshit, give me a little 10-15%. I promote your ass. Come on,
I mean, it's not even like at this point in time in Bud's career, because I really don't think Bud is going to fight too many more fights after Earl Spence if he fight again after Earl Spence. I really believe this is going to be his last fight. That's why he's trying to get as much as he can get for this fight, because I really believe this is going to be his last fight. Whether he win or lose, I believe this is going to be his last fight.
Is that shit even confirmed yet? That shit ain't confirmed, is it?
Nah, everybody running around with it, but I don't think that shit fake.
Yeah, I don't think it's confirmed. You know what I mean? And
I don't believe
like BFTV ain't want to say, and he said he really ain't hope it is. But I said it the other day in someone's chat. I think he being investigated for that MTK shit, and I think that's what's holding everything up.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason. I believe from what I've been hearing from everybody that's been that's been close to the whole situation is they try to negotiate on the guarantee money. That's what the holdup is. The guarantee money.
Was he still asking for 25, 30 up front?
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how much it is. I'm not getting into how much the money is because I don't know for sure. But I know that the holdup is the guarantee money, and everything else been agreed upon. It's just the guarantee money is what's the holdup.
Man, I got somebody on Twitter trying to bet me $1,000 on that fight. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Y'all might have to come get me out of jail and they're gonna pay me my money.
Because when you look at it, man, we're already about to be in August, and what, about another week and a half? And if they don't announce the fight, you kind of go figure what they announce it mid-August, late August. So you're
Bro,
talking
I'm
about
not-
September, October, maybe late November?
Hey, I'm not bullshit, D-Free. We go to Vegas to this fucking fight, and this man don't pay me my fucking money. Y'all gonna have to, I'm gonna give y'all my card, and y'all gonna have to go get me out of jail. Y'all laugh like I'm bullshit. I'm whooping your ass about this struggle, boy. I'm telling you.
I mean, my whole thing is, like I said,
Flossie, don't come out here. Don't come out here to Vegas going to jail, man.
I'm
Don't come out here going to Vegas going to jail, man. We all link. We all link because I stay out this way, so we all link and shit. And we watching Flossie going to jail, like lock the fuck up. But then, come on, man.
Flossie don't play like
I think so.
We be outside the arena with big ass signs talking about free Flossie.
And get what I'm gonna be screaming, man down when I get in the car.
Yeah, man down, yeah, man. EJ, man, the real deal.
My whole thing is,
I'm telling you, bro.
I really believe if they don't announce this fight by August, I don't think this fight is going to happen. If it's not announced sometime in August, I don't think this fight is going to happen.
I'm with you, bro.
Shit, don't blame me. I said like 4 months ago that shit ain't gonna happen.
I'm not bullshitting though.
Unless Earl Spence get a date as far as like January, he get a date and say, okay, the fight is going to be in January sometime, and they announce it for January. I don't see Earl Spence going into the new year and still trying to negotiate this fight. He's gonna say, fuck it, I'm going to 54.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna bullshit you though. I'm going to jail with a fucking smile, cause shit, Flossie don't play about that fair. Not at all. $1,000, bitch, I whoop your ass about that.
Bro.
You ain't lying, Flossie. You ain't lying.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock your ass naked out there, bitch. I ain't lying.
I just want to know where all these Buzz fans that was sitting here screaming about send the contract. Now that he sent the contract, where these motherfuckers same fans that like, Bud, you need to sign this goddamn contract. You sent this
bro, I'm telling you, y'all
they in their lab coming up with more excuses. That's what they doing.
Now is the contract ain't right. The contract ain't right.
Whatever, man.
They wasn't talking about the contract being right. They was just talking about send the contract. Now, contract ain't.
No, bro, I'm telling nigga, I'm like, damn, boy, y'all can't take this contract, nigga, nowhere. And next thing you know, I'll be punching a nigga in the stomach up against the damn slot.
They went from bitching about Earl being scared now to pocket watching, talking about the contract ain't right. Whatever, man.
Yeah.
That's some soft ass shit.
Somebody trying to pay me $1,000, bro. I'm going to the strip club with that $1,000.
Hey, Spearmint Rhino, Flossie. You come out here, go to Spearmint Rhino. You'll enjoy that.
I ain't throwing no but $100. I'm just gonna get $100 rewards and call it a night.
Well, there you go. I'm telling you, that's what you gotta do. Go to Spearmint Rhino.
And what the people want, and I'm gonna give them that, and I'm satisfied. These bouts don't matter at the end of the day. It just matters what you know, at the end of the day, it's about what God has planned for your life. And that's all I care about. So everything else doesn't matter to me. I just care about fighting Tank, beating him, making a bunch of money for my family and everybody around me and blessing people. You know, man, that's all I care about. You guys can complain about
There's somebody. It's just somebody.
Hey, just do. Did you see the interview that they did with his mom on Fight Hype? And you go into the comments and how these dudes was talking about some Ryan's mom fly. Like, man, she was toasted as fuck. Like, they was like, yeah, Ryan's mom could get. I was like, what are these dudes talking about, man? They going to get at his mom.
Bro, you can't tell me that dude ain't at least funny just a little bit. He don't even be knowing what he be saying half the time, bro. It's all about, the belts don't matter. It's all about what God has planned for you in your life, you know? Like, yo, what?
Yeah, I thought you were supposed to hope that guy got championship playing for your life. Once you get the belt, you get to make the bag.
Easy to say for somebody that they came close to having a damn title around their waist. That yeah, you would say some shit like that, would you, buddy boy? God damn, Ryan. God damn, he's funny, yo. When you could be funny, it'll make me like you a little bit more. Like when you funny with it, like because he's delusional, but it's funny. He out of touch with reality, but that shit is funny, bro. Him and Rollie is running a race right now.
No. Rollie winning that race.
Shit. Ryan against
No,
Ryan against Fundora, the battle of the mascara.
Oh shit!
At this moment, goddamn Ryan in last place, Rollie in front, Black Cobbs in second place, then it's Ryan. No. Cambosis in front. Cambosis in front of Ryan and Ryan in
He
last.
said Blair Cobbs.
Yeah. Oh shit! Then that brings up the next point.
Rollie,
that'll be a fight, yo. Blair Cobb and Rollie. Tell me it won't be a fight.
It's Rollie, Blair Cobbs, goddamn Cambosis, then Ryan.
I watch that, yo. I will watch Rollie and Blair Cobb. I promise you, I'll watch them two fight. That shit'd be comical. That shit'd be entertaining, bro.
To hear a dude say he was short by shorty. That's what he was doing.
That bus, man.
That would be a self-promoted fight, bro. That fight would sell itself.
Yeah.
Rolling and Black Cobbs, that shit would sell itself, boy.
Yeah, it would. I think so.
Then Rolling gonna be the favorite.
Them damn retard, them damn nuts, man.
Then
Wonder how many yaks we'll get for that fight.
Shit, Rolling. That's crazy. This is gonna be the only fight where goddamn Rolling fucking favorite, like heavily favorite.
All I can say is I just ran into a good shot. I was winning all 6 rounds. We're gonna run that shit back, and I'm gonna beat Tank's ass.
Holy shit, Andy.
I hadn't met me running like a little bitch.
Man, he talk like this. I'm gonna run it back, and I'm gonna beat Tank's ass.
He can't handle it. I'm telling you, that shit got him partially concussed still. He got called.
That's how y'all do it out there in Vegas, man.
Nigga, dissing 140, calling Spence out. Like, you doing it right now.
Rollie, y'all new representation for Vegas, man.
Hell no, Flossie, chill out.
Hey, you said it came up on the top.
Hell no, man. Hell no.
He said he came up on the mean streets of Vegas, and he was real out here thugging.
Nah, man, I'm good on that.
Yeah, he said he was out in the streets of Vegas thugging.
They gotta make one of these fights, man. They got to.
And I hope they make it in enough time for when my goddamn taxes come. I'm gonna buy me a ringside ticket on their ass. And I'm gonna be drunk and fuck the whole night.
Pencil in between no free lunch and the pencil.
And I bet
no free lunch.
And I bet you will win that fight. I bet you they lose the fucking war. They come talking too much shit. Yeah, I better keep this shit just boxing, but leave me the fuck alone.
Your phone in the next 1 minute.
I remember going to the motherfucking Cowboy and Eagles game in Philly and shit, watching my Cowboys play.
Oh man, man, you my bros, man, but the Cowboys, man.
One of the fans got into it with one of the Eagles fans. Man, that shit was funny.
Nah, ain't nothing worse than going to the fucking Iron Bowl in Alabama.
Got dude kicked out and all types of shit. I said, dang.
And shit wasn't going to the Iron Bowl in Alabama, dude. I'm telling you. That motherfucking Alabama-Auburn game.
Yeah.
That shit be hard hitting.
Man.
That shit be crazy. And the fans are crazy. The fans be crazy, man. They definitely be showing out.
You really lose your life out here about that damn football shit. I'm telling you. That shit crazy out here. I seen somebody get their ass beat to sleep in the goddamn stupid station, boy. All over fucking field goal, boy. I'm talking about they whooped his ass, they poisoned the damn tree on the corner. Like, these motherfuckers, I'm like, damn. It's just football, dog. I know motherfuckers threw their TV outside when goddamn that time LeBron had fucking lost in goddamn 2018. When J.R. Smith had made that fucked up play, better threw his goddamn TV outside.
Man, I imagine myself punching JR in the head like 12 times when he did that shit.
Like, nah, bro, my nigga really broke the TV, bro.
Damn.
I believe it, man.
Bro, I know
watching TVs outside.
But I really know a dude that like love LeBron more than he love his homeboy type shit. You think I'm bullshitting? I'm so serious.
Nah, I don't think you flexing at all. I believe it. That's why it's funny.
Like the man has a problem, bro. Like
he said, nah, like the man has a problem, man.
I'm not bullshitting, bro. The nigga went
That
to
shit crazy.
LeBron just went to the Jew League. Dude jumped out the way so LeBron could dunk without he get hurt. He said, "Man, that couldn't have been me. I would have let LeBron dunk on me. I would have been out there be worse than Jason Terry." So I said, "My favorite player dunked on me. I would have rewatched that shit for the rest of my life."
Oh yeah, his fandom on another level. Then yeah.
Shit, nigga get a check every month for that shit.
Oh shit.
I'm like, damn, bro, it can't be that deep, bro. You can't love the nigga that much.
Yeah.
Good,
That's
baby.
that damn idol worshiping right there, man. I don't like nobody.
I don't get into religion or whatnot, but religion I practice say you ain't supposed to idolize people, man.
Yeah. I don't call. That's why I think that's too much praise when you call somebody idol. I don't give a fuck. You gotta think they regular people, man. They just good at something.
I idolize my creator that put me on this earth, and that's it.
I'm saying.
I ain't idolizing another human being. I'm one of the biggest Kobe Bryant fans that ever fucking lived, but I ain't to the point where I feel like I'm idolizing this nigga and putting him before some other shit.
Yeah, that weird shit.
I idolize his work. Like when I say I ain't gonna say idolize, but like I really admire like the nigga work ethic and shit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Kobe had second to none. Second to motherfucking none.
What you said you talking about work ethic.
Yeah, like I
admire niggas is be like fans of the person, like
I admire the person and the work ethic, but I'm not like crazy to the point where I'm starting to put this nigga above like people that's in my everyday life type shit. Like that shit weird.
Like how dude was, you ain't see how dude was when he met Floyd. He said, first there's my God, then there's you. Like basically right after his God, it's Floyd. I said, God damn.
Now before your wife, your mama, your kids.
Yeah.
Damn, it's like it's a list of motherfuckers that's supposed to come first before you even get to that thing.
Nah, he said after my God, there's you. Like he said that clearly. He wanted Floyd to know that. Yeah, he was about to pass out and everything. Then they took a picture. You ain't see that video a while back?
Well, hell, if I was Floyd, I'd be fucking scared. Like, damn, you like me that much, man?
Floyd.
That should have scared me, boy.
Instead of Floyd being an asshole, surprisingly, he took a picture with the dude, made his day.
Shit, that boy probably never mind. I can't say that word on YouTube.
After my God, then it's you. I said, man.
That boy be dialing 993. If Florida take that picture, that boy be calling the goddamn hurt line. That motherfucker be on goddamn hurt watch.
I'm telling you, man.
Motherfucker that you worship the most wouldn't even take a picture, which I know that shit gonna hurt your soul. I ain't gonna lie to you, but that shit will make me choke shit out.
Well, AB, man, you gotta deal with AB by fight basis. You can't even look ahead. You gotta say, that's where he at, where you just fight by fight basis.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I want to go to this now Spence fight just so I can hopefully I can bump into my favorite fighter some type of way.
Yeah,
like that'll be my whole goddamn. You'll
run into him because shit. Like I said, I seen quite a few fighters. Just going to see one fighter fight. You know what I mean? Seeing a nice amount of good fights. Seen that young kid Trayvon Marshall fight too, man. He nice.
I'm trying to bump into Spence and goddamn Benavidez and probably like Jamel or something.
Right, man. That shit is all possible. The niggas be at them fights. Interviews.
I think I got a better chance of getting a Benavidez interview. Like I feel like if I bump in the mirror and Benavidez, I'm gonna have to pick who I want to get my fucking interview from.
Hey, any of y'all caught that AB press conference earlier for the 3 seconds he was there?
Shit, I didn't even watch that motherfucker. I just heard this.
I had played the clip.
He told Custer, like, he was like, why y'all have me on this interview for the TV? Like, he was like, so that just means y'all don't care. He's like, so if y'all don't care, I don't motherfucking
care. I
care.
think it was a little premature because like they was trying to tell him like that's protocol, like that's not
the official face. It's the first interview, but
I think AB jumped the gun just a little bit, but you know how he is. If he feel like you ain't all in with him, then he gonna speak on it. He be emotional. He be in his feelings.
AB was already mad anyway. He was mad because this is the first fight he had in almost A year and a half.
Yeah, so he was. You could tell he was holding that in. You could tell how it came out. He didn't get too crazy, like with the energy. He still was respectful to Brian Custer, but he got up out of there fast.
I'm mad that he just keep on pushing his shit back. Keep on putting. He's like, who has a 6 month camp?
I did feel him right there. I did. I was like, maybe that's really where he talking about.
I ain't gonna lie to you though. He gonna have to act a fucking fool in the next fight.
Yeah, but who's to say it didn't have something to do with Omar Figueroa and his team? That's why the fight got pushed back. It might not have. Yeah. It might have been Al Haymon and him. It might have been Omar Figueroa and his team. That's the reason why I got pushed back.
Shit, AD probably hurt and paranoid.
Yeah.
And you know, AB be out partying and shit and spending money previously, so he probably need that daggone paycheck.
And I mean, for me, he was saying like, you know, help him stay busy. That shit keep him out of trouble. Shit. The way I look at that though, that's really a fighter, somebody you care about. I mean, ain't that the whole point? I ain't saying give him free money, but get him fights. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why that's out the realm. It's a lot of other motherfuckers getting fights worse than AB. So
I'm about to say, at this point, if you looking at AB as he's on his way out the door, why not put him in there with those motherfucking prospects that you're trying to bring up? Put him in there with them.
They too scared AB gonna fuck around and goddamn find a goddamn founder. You can ruin their goddamn career.
Or I'm just saying from a standpoint, if that's somebody that they fuck with personally, like, you know, that's your guy, that's one of your fighters. I ain't saying, again, give him free money, but get him fight. Shit, keep him busy if that's gonna keep him, out of trouble and shit like that.
Yeah, put his ass in there with a prospect you want to. That motherfucker won't be prospecting shit.
Shit, true. I mean, shit. Gary Antoine already called out AB.
Hell, I don't think AB need to do that.
No, I think Gary Antoine will put his ass in the dirt.
I know
I don't usually do triangle theories, but just look at the approach in the similar fighter that they got in their resume. Just look how Gary Antoine did. He pieced him the fuck up.
Yeah,
I don't suggest that one, and
not this version of AB. You know what I mean? If AB would have been, you know what I mean? If he's the AB prior to the Maidana fight, then I definitely call for that fight. But I don't see AB. I don't see AB trying to fight him now.
Omar
like he put his ass in the dirt.
Omar dirty first. Fake beat him up, and that's why I said this is a winnable fight. You said you go back to that fight. And I'm not saying Ugas and AB fight alike or similar. I'm just saying they both don't have high punch output. And Ugas is able to kind of have his way with Omar. Just picking the right shots, having the right game plan. Broner could, you know, put forth the right kind of game plan and strategy. He could beat that dude because he's just not defensively responsible. He get hit.
I'd rather AB.
Yeah, he do.
How y'all think Adrien Broner would do against like a Zepeda?
Yes, crying for help.
If you're talking about Zepeda, the one that was just on a mission that just knocked out Josue in the corner and put his ass to sleep, like I think Broner would have problems with that.
The 140 Zepeda, not the 135, the 140.
Yeah, you talking about the one that slept Josue.
Yeah, that's the one that just slept.
William Zepeda, I think that's his name, William Zepeda.
No, you're right. It's Jose.
Okay, Jose.
It'd be a tough fight. Like again, like I always go back to that interview. I think it's really mental with him, but at the same time, like he need to believe in himself. Like he really. I hate to sound like I'm some trainer or boxer, because one thing I did notice still in that Santiago fight, his last fight, that was way too close for my liking. When he did let his hands go, like I know highlights are made to make you look good, but I've seen people get highlights shown and they still don't look good. He still got highlights where he show flashes of what he can do. His big problem is just you only see flashes of it. You get what I'm saying? He
tiptoe too much, man. He tiptoe too much. He too scared. Like it's a lot of openings that he could catch somebody. Too many openings he lets go, and you feel like.
But you know what's weird to me? Since the Maidana fight, he ain't been really close to being down for the most part. So it's like, damn, what are you really fearful of? Because you got AB got a hell of a chin to me, bro. I think he
don't have confidence in his chin. I think he feel if he get hit on the chin again, he might get hurt. I don't think he has confidence in his chin.
I don't think he would. I think he'd be all right just simply because Maidana's cheating ass had no padding in his gloves. And I mean, AB was getting tagged in that fight, and that was a slugfest either way. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree with you. I believe he will be fine depending on the opponent. Now, if it's like somebody like Omar Figueroa, I don't think he have to worry about getting hit on the chin. I don't think Omar Figueroa got that type of power that will hurt AB like that. But if it's somebody like a Gary Antoine, then he got to worry about that.
Yeah. I think AB needs a fight that he could wake up for. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
this should be one where he is. That's why I say
that he feels like. And what I mean is, like, for instance, like that Maidana fight to him was like really, really important. You know what I mean? Like he took that serious as shit. According to him, he was in the best shape of his career. So I feel like a shot against someone like, this may be reaching, but against like Josh Taylor.
Yeah, he probably.
You know what I'm saying?
But I felt like that was the exact opposite. I felt like that was his biggest problem going into that fight. He didn't take it serious enough. And I'm gonna tell you why. I always said this when they asked him, "Hey, Adrien, you know who you fighting?" I will never forget this. That's the moment I started wearing for him. He was like, "Yeah, the kid that knocked everybody out, Maidana Matisse." I said, "Oh man, he playing, yo. You mixed his name up." To me, I get it. You talking your shit, but for me, as a person sitting at home, I'm like, that's a sign that you really taking him a little too lightly. And then look at the energy Maidana had leading up, push AB like he was the energy. He wasn't going for that shit. I'm like, man, it's gonna be a different fight. Actually, and I knew it, yo. I knew it.
I think AB in there with a Josh Taylor will be a good fight. Because
that's what I'm saying. He'd get up for it. He would get up for that shit.
Josh Taylor doesn't have the best of punch placement. AB can make him miss, but we also know that Josh Taylor can be hit. Yeah. So that actually will be a good fight. Now, I think Josh Taylor will probably pull it out because he let his hands go more than AB does.
It's so frustrating. It would be a good
fight.
Watch them, I'm telling y'all. Go watch them highlights of him fighting Santiago. Just go watch the highlights of it, and you will see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm like, oh, look at this shit. He really still can do it. He just don't do enough of it. It's like he do it, stop. Do it, stop. It's like how Keon was saying.
Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, you thinking about the highlight when Santiago had him on the ropes and he let that 5-punch combination off and spit the round on him. Yeah, and then he just went back into his little shell again.
And then remember, it was a point in there where he damn near dropped dude, buckled the shit out of him. I forgot what he caught him with. I was like, look at this, you still got some shit in there left, man. It's just like how Keon was saying, like the way he trained on the bag is how he be fighting. Throw some punches, stop. Throw some punches, stop. Like those constant breaks, and it caused you not to be able to be consistent in your offense. So it's like you let people off the hook.
I'm gonna tell you what they need to do. Whoever is training AB, they need to have AB just throw punches. Just throw punches and keep throwing shit back at him. Nah, nigga, don't cover up. Keep throwing your punches and just keep throwing shit back at him while he's throwing his punches, so he can realize, shit, I can't take a shot and still get off on my shit.
I know he with GT. I seen him in the interview.
He need to make it a habit. He need to make it a habit, Dwayne. That's what it is. I feel you on that. Like if they do that, I feel like that's a good way too. Make it like a muscle memory of the brain. Make your body want to do it without you thinking about it.
I'm telling you, that's one dude I really be rooting for. Despite what people be saying, I be really wanting AB to show these motherfuckers, give these motherfuckers one more performance, man, so they can put some respect on you. Beat somebody ass, kind of like how he gave a good performance against Emmanuel Taylor when he fought him at 4.
That's why
I fight.
I actually think that AB might stop Omar Figueroa. I think he might stop him.
Man, I hope
I hope so, man. I hope so.
It won't be from his punch output. I think he might catch Omar Figueroa and hurt him, and then AB will jump on him and finish the job.
He could, because he is a little shot worn. I'm telling you, Ugas softened him up real good. I thought Ugas was going to stop him for a minute. He just ended up beating his ass. Then in the next fight he fought Abel Ramos and got stopped in like 6. I'm like, all them punches to me, it's just like, Ramos ain't the biggest puncher. And I just believe all that wear and tear and all them punches and shit just, they took their toll on your ass, and, you start getting your ass down. You can't take that punishment like that. DP was good, bro.
And you know what? That's the problem with a lot of these fighters that become A-lister fighters, because they got so many yes men in their corner. Because if you're a trainer and you know your fighter is not letting his hands go, your duty is to get him to let his hands go. So what the fuck are you doing in the training that you're not giving him the opportunity to let his hands go? You're supposed to be like, okay, this motherfucker's not letting his hand go. AB, we working on nothing but your hands. Fuck your defense. We know you got defense. We working on you letting your hands go. So all you want to do is throw nonstop punches. If this motherfucker's throwing shit back at you, I don't want you to stop throwing punches. You stop throwing punches, your ass dropping and giving me 100 push-ups, and you getting right back in that ring and throwing punches again. That's what they need to be doing. They need to be on his ass just to throw punches. Stop covering up every time somebody throws something back at you.
Yeah, use your fucking athletic ability, bro. Like, you have this. You still have these skills. These reflexes are not completely shot. Like, it's just not. It's all like a big mental block, and you just be in there overthinking and being overly defensive when you should be letting your hands go. You be a better fighter. I still ain't seen him lose a fight yet because somebody was a better fighter than him. I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about.
Nah, he had to lose a fight that somebody was a better fighter than him.
Mike Donald wasn't better than him. He just had a better game plan. You get what I'm saying? That version of Pacquiao, he could have beat.
Madonna and Pacquiao just imposed their will on Adrien Broner. They wasn't better fighter. They just imposed their will.
Sean Porter imposed his will. Mikey Garcia, you just allowed him to outbox you because you was way too defensive. You wasn't throwing enough, and when you was touching him. I'm like, this shit that blows me with him. It was the same thing with Jesse Vargas. I'm like, you allowed that fight.
Yeah, he could have beat Porter.
Though I thought he
would have let his hands go, man. He could have beat Porter, man. He could have beat Porter.
That's the problem that Adrien Broner had. If he was able to fight these guys before he got in there with Madonna, he probably would have beat most of them.
And you know what? You know what hurt him too, D3? He wasn't. Not only is he not a natural 47-pounder, but I always said this. His style, he didn't adjust to 47 either. And if you get what I'm saying, like when we seen him at the smaller weight class, he was able to like walk these guys down, pick these single shots, hurt these guys, and like break them down where he could be comfortable to let his hands go.
You know what
that style don't work at 47 because he don't hit that hard to be.
I'm gonna tell you what Adrien Broner did. Who was Adrien Broner's first fight at 147?
Paulie. I was in the building for that. Paulie.
That was Paulie.
Yeah, it was Paulie.
Who was his second fight at 147?
Maidana.
He went straight from a mediocre fighter. He went from a mediocre fighter at 147 that really wasn't a 147-pound fighter. Paulie was a smaller fighter that moved up to 147 as well. So he went from a mediocre fighter at 147 and went straight into the Lions Den.
Always said this. He went from feathers to bricks. Yo, I'm sorry, I was in the building.
But that's one thing. That's one thing you can't take away from AB though, man. He always dares to be great.
Yeah,
he always dares to be great. You know what I mean? And like he's never been scared of nobody. He's always asked for these fights. You know what I mean? Like and that's why I've always liked to watch AB. Just he got gift of gab and he'll fight.
That's what I'm saying. If he would have fought some of those guys before he fought Madonna, he probably would have beat majority of those guys.
I'm telling you,
he
bro. He
would have beat majority of those guys.
And would have got him acclimated. Would have got him acclimated too.
He fumbled a little bit with
that. You got to think about it. Manny Pacquiao at that time when Adrien Broner fought him, Manny Pacquiao wasn't knocking people out. He was just beating people as he was hitting them a bunch of times and he was winning the rounds. He wasn't knocking nobody out. He hurt a couple of people, but he wasn't knocking those guys out. The last knockout before Adrien Broner, I believe it was the dude over in England. What's the nigga that Floyd Mayweather knocked out and then Manny Pacquiao?
Hatton.
Yeah, Hatton. That was the last person that Manny Pacquiao knocked out before he fought Adrien Broner. So he wasn't knocking all these guys out. It was just he was hitting them a bunch of times and then he was winning the round.
Yeah, work rate. Outworked.
He would have beat. He probably would have beat Manny Pacquiao. It probably would have been a close fight.
I'm telling you, I know I'm not tripping when I remember they had brought up a stat and it was specifically punch stats because you know the big thing everybody always say AB ain't gonna let his hands go. At that point, I think he was averaging more punches around than Pacquiao. Like he slowed down that much. Like this, what I was, or it was something comparable to the numbers was way different than what you would think. I know they put that up on the screen, and I was like, yo, damn. So according to these numbers, I kept saying, I'm like, yo, if AB stick to what he been keeping up at in his last few fights before he got the Pacquiao, he'll be all right. He got way less, yo. I'm like, I can't understand this shit.
That's word fate.
Do what you
AB
yo,
not scared, but he definitely ain't the same for sure.
Yeah, he not. For sure. Yo, he said it in the interview. That's why I always go back to it. But I feel like.
Did you see the Vlad TV interview when he interviewed him? Like, yeah. Well, he was coming off a tour before he fought Maidana. He went on full tour. With
remember he had that pot belly.
Yeah, and he was coming off tour. I think he was overweight when he came into training camp.
So again, man, when you in there telling your trainers to shut the fuck up, I got this, and calm the fuck down, or whatever he was saying, that just was all rubbing me the wrong way, bro. You losing, bro. Listen, you got a trainer for a reason. They wasn't. Yeah. Who authorized that? Fuck it. Like, all right, I get it. I respect it. It happened. But God damn it, you weren't supposed to fight him right then and there. Nobody was asking you to go bothering that hard slugging Argentinian, man. Leave his ass. You should have left his ass alone.
Right.
Who the fuck ain't checked them gloves, man? Fuck that. Because I'm just being real. Look at the swelling on his face, bro.
I mean, we say that he don't hit hard. Like, you know what I mean? I know we were just talking about he don't hit hard, but yo, he broke Maidana's jaw. Maidana fractured his, but he broke Maidana's jaw in that fight.
Maidana up. Remember that punch he caught him with? I think it was at the end of the 10th when Maidana walked away shaking his head. He was trying to clear the cobwebs. He said, bro, they are. And they said they didn't want to fight him again. Robert Garcia said they caught him at a good time.
Matter of fact, Maidana said Adrien Broner was the hardest puncher he's ever been in with.
Yeah,
Adrien Broner was the hardest puncher I've ever been in the ring with.
And he said he hit harder than Floyd. Said, bro, AB hit harder than Floyd. That's what he said. Yep.
AB around that time was mad though because he wanted to fight fucking Floyd. That's when he was having some real issues with Floyd. That was around the time that he was like, he told Ellerby like, man, fuck you, bitch ass.
I'm gonna tell you, that would have been a horrible fight. That would have been a horrible fight to watch, and that would have been a horrible fight for Adrien Broner because Adrien Broner would have got outclassed, and it would have been a whole bunch of shoulder rolling in that goddamn fight. Everybody would have been, my shoulder roll better than yours. No, nigga, I'm the original with the shoulder roll. I'd have been mad as shit about that fight. I wouldn't want to watch that fight.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a horrible fight.
Shit.
Adrien Broner would have got outclassed clearly.
Picking his ass apart. Picking AB ass apart. Floyd, AB would have got some shit off, but he'd have been too defensive. Yeah. Would have outpointed the shit out of his ass.
And the thing is, with Floyd, you got to be able to let your hands go in order to catch Floyd. Because you got to catch Floyd while he's throwing something. If you paid attention, every time Floyd got caught, it was why he was throwing something. When he got caught with Shane Mosley, Floyd was throwing a combination. Shane Mosley threw one back. When he got caught with Zab Judah, Floyd was throwing a combination. Zab threw something back. You got to catch Floyd while you're throwing. Adrien Broner's not going to throw nothing back while you're throwing. He's going to sit there and be in defense, and then he'll wait till you stop. Then he'll throw something back.
Yeah.
Has be way too defensive sometimes. Way too much of the time, matter of fact. But man, hopefully he could show us something, man. Maybe GT could get something out of him, man. Hopefully somebody.
Maybe this will wake Adrien Broner up. Maybe he come out there and knock Omar Figueroa out and say, you know what? I still got it. Let me go back and let my motherfucking hands go.
You seen
all we can do is hope, man. All we can do is hope.
He almost dropped Santiago. I remember it. I remember it in them highlights. I'm like, yo, he was on dude when he was letting the hands go. I'm like,
I don't think he's washed, man. I just think he just need to get out of that. You know what I mean? He's like handicapping himself. You know what I mean?
It's mental with him.
No,
that's what I'm saying. He needs that fight. He needs that fight to wake up for.
I'm going to tell you what everybody was saying. They were like, oh, Santiago's a decent fighter. You see how he did with Adrien Broner? Adrien Broner wasn't letting his hand go, but Santiago a decent fighter. And then Santiago got in there with Gary Anton, and they was like, God damn. Look how this motherfucker Gary Anton.
AD Free already knew that was going to happen when I seen that fight was scheduled. I was like, I bet you Gary Anton beat his ass. I know he's going to stop him, man.
They were like, no, Santiago's a decent fighter. They were like, he was able to keep Adrien Broner's hands in his pocket, this, and that. I was like, Santiago is not that type of fighter. They were like, nah, he's a decent fighter. He got in there with motherfucker Gary Antoine. Niggas was like, God damn. This nigga Gary Antoine is a savage. I was like, no.
He is, though.
Yeah, I mean, he is a savage, but Santiago is not who y'all thought he was. I'm like, I mean, I know that Antoine's a savage, but Santiago is not who y'all thought he was. He is not that good of a fighter.
They're not
Adrien
who we
Broner
thought they were.
Right. Adrien Broner just didn't let his hands go. If Adrien Broner would let his hands go, he probably would have stopped Santiago.
Yeah.
That's the only problem that people got with Adrien Broner. It's not that he's a bad fighter or none of that. It's he don't let his hands go. If you ask anybody, I don't care, even if you're an AB hater, you ask anybody, what's the problem with Adrien Broner? He don't let his hands go. Nobody can say nothing about Adrien Broner inside the ring except for the fact that he don't let his hands go. They can't say he don't know how to box. They can't say he ain't got no power. All they can say is he don't let his hands go. That's all they can say.
Yeah.
He's a hell of a fighter when he let his hands go.
When he fight August 6th, right?
Yep.
Who we got this weekend?
I forgot who it is. I just heard it early.
Joet Gonzalez and Isaac Dogbay, I think, fight this weekend.
Yeah, and then next week is...
It ain't a big fight, but they fight.
It's the Broner fight next week. Or no, it's not. My bad. 2 more weeks. My bad. I'm sitting here. I'm fast forwarding the fucking year more than it should be.
The 30th, Danny Garcia and Jose Benavidez.
There you go. I knew there was another one by the end of the month. I'll watch that one. That one should be all right. I just want to see Danny fight again.
Danny, and then you got Antoine on that undercard as well.
Yeah.
Against Bottomview or whatever the fuck his name is.
Do Jamal still got to fight, or did they cancel that shit?
It's like they scrapped that shit or something. I ain't heard nothing, no rescheduled date and nothing on that.
I haven't heard anything about it.
I heard they tickets was looking real shitty too for that.
About as quiet as you heard about Canelo's last fight. Nobody knew about that shit until like the week of.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't even know that Canelo was fighting until somebody said something. They were like, Canelo fight next week. I was like, what? Where the fuck was the promotion for this? I heard about them signing the contract, but I didn't know that the fight was coming up. I didn't hear nothing about the fight.
I think they scrapped it too. I ain't hear nothing else about it. Did y'all believe Rollie tried to convince? He said he called the 140 division a fucking bum ass nobody division.
No, I don't. No, Rollie
crazy, bro. That punch really did some damage, bro.
I'm telling y'all, I know what the play is. Rollie don't want to fight. For one, Rollie don't want to fight at 140 because he know he would take his next loss at 140.
He gonna take his next loss at 47. Shit.
Not to mention, but at 147, he can get a bigger purse at 147. At 140, he's not gonna get a big purse.
Spence breaking both that dude's eye sockets.
I know what he mean about 140 being a nobody division though. Like, unless you watch boxing all the time and you like a diehard fan, you're not gonna know nobody at 140.
But again, who the fuck is Rollie though to call somebody nobody?
I wouldn't say that.
Niggas know people 140 is hot.
I would say most diehard, most casual fans watch 135, 147. Whatever division Canelo win in heavyweight.
I think if he would have said that a few years ago, he'd have had more of a point. I think now.
No, Rollie just saying that shit.
I'm about to say at now, since they had an undisputed champion with Josh Taylor, there's more casuals watching 140. And like I said, you got the DMV that watch 140 because of Gary Antoine. You got what's the nigga name? You got a lot of the Puerto Ricans that watch 140 because of Matisse. You got Jose Zapata. You got Jose Ramirez. You got Jose Pedraza. A lot of those fans are watching 140 because of those guys. So I mean, years ago, I would say probably so. Then you got Montana Love. A lot of people from the Midwest is watching because of Montana Love. So years ago, yeah, he probably had a point. But now, like years ago, when Bud Crawford was fighting at 140, yeah, it was a bunch of no names at 140.
Yeah.
Now no.
It's some players there. It's some damage to be done. Like it's a lot of potential L's if he take his ass to 40. Shit, I say throw him in there with Keith Hunter.
Honestly, you Miss Do.
Yeah, Brandon Lee in the thumbnail. Throw him in there with Brandon Lee.
You got a lot of guys at 140 that has
Tio's up there now.
Yep.
Yeah, you got Tio, so you got some New Yorkers that's watching 140 as well, and some motherfuckers from Florida, wherever you want to say Tio is from, but you got his fans that's watching 140. So you got people watching 140.
Throw him in there with Sandor. See if he can beat him.
Yeah, you got people watching 140 because it's some names at 140 now. But like I said, back when Bud was fighting, there was a few names, but it wasn't a lot of them at the top. A lot of those guys at the top.
Again, no disrespect to Rollie, but who is he to try to call somebody some fucking nobodies? You a nobody. You only fought Tank. What the fuck is
Yo, when Broner fought Santiago, was that at 47 or was that at 40?
That was at 40.
That was at 40?
Yeah, that was his. I think that was his first or second fight back down at 140.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, you know, might as well move back down to the division or stay in the division that you've had the most success in. You know what I mean?
I think that was his second fight. It might have been his first or his second fight at 140 when he came back down after the Madonna loss. It wasn't the Madonna. No, it was after the who was his last loss at 147? Was it
Pacquiao?
He fought Pacquiao at 147.
Yeah, but I don't think that was his last loss.
Santiago, that was damn near shit. What, pretty much welterweight motherfuckers.
But who did he fight after Pac? He ain't fight nobody after Pac.
I think it was
Santiago.
Yeah, that was his. So that's So then like that. So 47 at 47, his last fight was against Pac.
Was it?
Yeah.
When did he fight Manny Pacquiao?
2019.
Yeah, 2019.
So Manny Pacquiao fought Broner, then he fought Keith Thurman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Manny Pacquiao was his last fight, but then he fought
he fought Keith Thurman right after.
That was his first fight back at 140, but I know it was at 140. I knew it was like his first or second fight at 140. But that was his first fight back at 140.
Like, I think that'd be good, though, for Broner because, like you said, like, 140 got a lot more names now, and it'd be good for, like, you know, like, bigger fights for him because a lot more known names in 140 now. So he could go maybe remake a name for himself, you know what I mean? Not like, you know, and do his thing. I'm just wishful thinking, you know what I mean?
If he goes back to letting his hands go, but if he fights the way he's been fighting, since the Madonna fight, he's gonna get beat in all of those big fights at 140.
Yeah, I think so. I would like to see him against Tio.
No, I don't see him winning against Tio.
For real, you don't?
No. Tio let his hands go. Broner's gonna be sitting on the rope trying to shoulder roll all those punches.
Tell you what, though, he don't gotta particularly high ass punch.
I'm not gonna say Tio.
Yeah, he don't.
Tio's gonna beat him up, but I think Tio will do enough to win the round.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, D-Free.
Yeah, he'll do enough to win the round. But I don't think he'll beat Tio right now. The way that Broner fights right now, I don't think he'll beat Tio. Because Tio
I wish we would have got Tio and Arnold Barboza, man.
I wish we would have got that.
That's not a play.
I wish we would have got that, though. I was mad as shit that they took that.
It's coming this way.
He was confident.
Because remember, it goes up like that when planes are taking off. It look like they're stationary because they're going up.
Yeah, but I would love for Broner to beat the shit out of Tio, but the way Broner fight right now, I think he'll lose to Tio.
Yeah.
I think he'll lose. And I don't like Tio. I really don't.
Yeah, I
I don't like Tio. But I'm not gonna take away from what Tio is. Tio is a decent fighter. I'm not gonna take away from him. He's a decent fighter. But like I said, he does let his hands go. And Broner was sitting there with the shoulder roll and trying to be on defense the whole time.
Maybe I ain't got the same view of T.O. I started watching boxing late, and the first time I watched T.O., he got his ass sparked by Kimbo's.
So I already know your opinion of him.
I seen his descent to
the first time I watched.
I don't know how much I like him until I watch him live.
The first time I watched T.O. was with against Nakatomi, and that motherfucker went. That's the first time I knew who Nakatomi was. I was like, God damn, this motherfucker's taking a beating, but he's still coming back.
Yeah, I seen T.O. way earlier than I seen him way earlier than that for sure. I mean, in his pro debut, he had got knocked down.
Yeah, he did,
and got up. I seen quite a few of T.O. fights because you know
I didn't know who T.O. was. I heard people talk about him, but I never saw him fight.
When he knocked dude out real bad, when he was knocking dudes out, like fucking these dudes up, wearing the college jerseys and doing all that shit. I was along for the T.O. ride when he was still beating
I always
he was more exciting and you could just appreciate him more before he got deepish. He was way more fun to watch.
I always heard about him, but I never got a chance to watch him fight. And they were like, "Nah, this dude can fight. He can fight. He might be the one that gives Tank some problems." So I was like, I gotta see this motherfucker fight because everybody keep talking about T.O. And so when I saw him fight against Nakatomi, I was like, okay, he do got a little bit of power with him. But I saw Nakatomi kept coming back, and I was like, nah, if that was Tank Davis, Tank Davis would have put his ass to sleep. I was like, I don't think he can fuck with Tank Davis, but everybody was like, nah, I think he can take Tank Davis. And then his ass got his ass whooped by motherfucker Cambosa. I
don't think that fight would ever happen, Fate. I don't think that fight would ever happen.
Then I saw the fight with Lomachenko, and I was like, okay, he got Lomachenko scared. But then I saw the second half. I was like, well, if Lomachenko would have fought the second half like he fought, fought the first half like he fought the second half, Lomachenko would have beat T.O.
Facts. Fucking facts.
I like, the fuck, this motherfucker didn't throw shit for the first 6 rounds. He threw 4 punches. Literally, 4 punches the first 6 rounds.
He was respecting T.O.'s power too much. He was giving T.O.'s power a little too much respect.
Like, what the fuck is this nigga doing?
T.O. fight. That's when William Silva was one of the first people I seen him knock out.
Like, hey, Fate, man, I don't think like that Thurman and EJ fight would have ever happened, and I don't think necessarily it was because of like the logistics from a business standpoint. I just think EJ would have never let it happen because Thurman, basically put his ass to the cold shoulder and was like, nah, I ain't fighting him on some bitch shit. So I think Thurman's begging now, but EJ ain't never gonna give him a shot because he ain't give EJ a shot. You know what I mean?
And then you know what? Not only that, but do it realistically even make sense? Like, why would he fight you now though? When you don't have like, why
you don't got 9 friends. There's no benefit to fighting him right now.
Just to prove a point to you, like, motherfucker, you knew damn well he was willing to fight you and you was undefeated, motherfucker. Now you got a loss and no belt, more injuries and inactivity and all type of shit. It won't help. It won't help EJ at this point.
I understand people want to see that fight because Thurman is still a name and he's a decent boxer or whatever. But like, it's no point. We at the motherfucking finish line. What the fuck? Why am I gonna take a couple of steps back to fight him when I'm right here at the finish line? I just gotta fight Bud and my motherfucking goal is met. I ain't gotta fight Thurman. If you want to fight me, move up to 54. I'll fight you there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, me personally, I can care less about that Thurman fight because Thurman already showed that he was scared of Earl Spence. So what's the point now? It really doesn't make a difference. It don't even look intriguing because Keith Thurman had the 2.5 year layoff. Yeah, you got it in with Barrios, but you still couldn't stop Barrios, and you're still weak to the body because Barrios hurt you to the body. We know Earl Spence loved going to the body, so we pretty much know how this fight is going to end. Earl Spence going to hit you with a body shot, and you're not going to recover. So now you're what, 2-3 years older, and you don't have a belt, and you're weak to the body. It's not even intriguing no more. I don't even care to see that fight no more.
Not even talking on no bias shot. I think EJ I think end Keith's career if he get a hold of Keith ever.
I will honestly say the way that Keith Thurman is weak to the body like that, I would not be surprised if he get in a fight with Earl Spence. His ass ain't pissing blood the next day. Earl Spence will kill his body.
Yeah.
And you got it. It's public knowledge that you're weak to the body, and Earl loves to go to the body. So we know how this fight going to end. We know you only going to be able to keep Earl off your body butt for so long. Eventually, he's going to hit that body, and you're going to slow down, and he's going to continue to hit your body. Earl probably don't even throw no head shots. They probably be all body shots.
Yep. Telling you, take the air right out the tires.
He's too relentless. You know what I mean? I was watching a couple of Marvin Hagler's older fights a few days ago, and there's like so much resemblance on how he comes forward. You know what I mean? And when he knows he got you in trouble, you know that little thing that EJ do where he do that little quick shuffle, tiptoe, to make sure he about to keep that pressure on your ass.
That
you know what I mean? Like
Bobby fight, him and Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and the way Hagler was fighting just remind me so much, like, you know what I mean, on what Spence does right now. You know?
Relentless, man. Relentless.
I heard somebody on Blue Blood earlier was talking about Earl Spence fought at 147 for 10 years. I'm like, so what? He fought at 147 for 10 years. Motherfucker, Marvin Hagler was at middleweight his whole entire career.
But you know what's crazy?
Still a legend.
You know what's crazy when you being subjective and you leaning towards the side of being overly critical of Earl, you say shit like that. But when you giving him his credit, you say you understand that it took a certain level of discipline for him to remain at 47 this long. See, that's the other way to look at it. That's one way, but you know, to try to say, oh, he been there this long. Yeah, but he ain't, how many times he missed weight again? Let me know. Right. Let me know when he missed weight. And then we could talk about being at 40.
And we know he went through a fat camp and he still made weight.
Mm-hmm.
He still made weight.
How much time out the ring because of the setbacks, and he still one fight away from his ultimate goal? Gotta miss me with that. It's logical to believe that if he ain't suffered them setbacks, he could have probably damn near already had his undisputed fight.
But you know what that means though? You know what that means? When they say Earl fought at 147 for 10 years, what that means is Bud Crawford was a weight bully because he fought at 135 and then he fought at 140 and then he went to 147. So that means Bud Crawford was a weight bully because he could have fought at 147 this whole time.
Oh, they don't like that.
Nah, they don't. Because me looking at somebody, you start off at a lower weight class, and then you end up at 147 or you end up at 154. Nigga, you could have been at 154. Why you start off at 126? You could have been up there like Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao start off at what? 118, 120? Nigga, your ass could have been at 147, 154.
That boy might have started at fucking 108 something.
Isn't that the lightest you can go? Is it 102 or is it 108?
I don't know, but I know 108.
It's 105?
Yeah, 105 is the smallest.
I think he might have been at one. I don't know. I could go check, but his ass was light. I know that. He was getting knocked out.
Y'all gotta understand. Manny Pacquiao is known for being an 8 division champion. He's known for being an 8 division champion. So that means he went from 154 all the way down 8 divisions. So that man could have stayed. He could have came in at 140 or came in at 147. He chose to fight at a smaller weight and then work his way all the way up to 154.
He came in the game as sperm weight and shit.
You want to call somebody a weight bully? Those are weight bullies, motherfuckers that start at smaller weights and then end up fighting 6, 7 different weight classes. Nigga, them motherfuckers are weight bullies. They could have been at a higher weight. They chose to start off at smaller weights.
Mm-hmm.
I don't call somebody a weight bully because they fought at 47 their whole entire career, but they could have been at 54. No, he was at 47. You just talking about he could have been 7 pounds heavier. Now, Manny Pacquiao He started at 118.
And 16.
And then he went all the way up to 54. So that means he could have started at 140.
Say he was malnourished. Real salute. Appreciate you.
His ass need his Flintstone kid vitamin. That's what the hell he need.
Oh man.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, everybody knows that Earl Spence, he's just very disciplined. He's disciplined in everything he do. He's disciplined in his game planning. He's disciplined as far as his weight. He's just disciplined. That's what makes Earl Spence so hard to beat, because you can't get him off his game plan because the man is disciplined. He's going to stick to the game. If you're going to beat him, you're going to beat him at his game.
Yep.
You're going to have to beat him at his game because he's going to stick to his game plan. So,
and that's still going to be hard. And that's still going to be hard because, like, he knows that he has to be better after every fight. And I truly believe we have not seen the best Spence yet.
Yeah, and the reason I say that because of those changes we got to see with 17 months off and making those necessary adjustments with that guy. I just think it's reasonable to believe that the next time out you can see a much better, more polished version of what we saw, and that's going to be dangerous for the opponent on the other side.
Just like everybody keeps saying Earl Spence is different after that car wreck. Yeah, he is different. And the difference that I see at Earl Spence is he's more focused. He's more
He's like he understands like he values his life. You know what I mean? In general, exactly, in perspective.
He knows what's in front of him. He know it, and you can't tell him he don't listen to everything he say.
The Earl Spence after the accident is the worst Earl Spence you can get, because the Earl Spence before, he was just coming in and just beat you up, but you were able to get off on Earl Spence. Now, this Earl Spence, nigga, is a whole calculated fighter. He knows what he got to do, and he's calculating every punch that he's putting on you. Okay, I know if I hit him to the rib right here, it's going to slow his ass down. I'm just going to keep hitting him to the rib, and then he's going to bring that guard down. Then I'm going to work on this eye right here. Once I work on the eye, he's going to cover that bitch up. I'm going to work on the other side. The man is calculated. He knows everything what he's going to do before he get in the ring. And this is the worst Earl Spence that you could face. The Earl Spence you should have faced before was in 2017, when Earl Spence didn't really give. I mean, he cared about the sport, but he didn't take it as serious as he's taking it now.
Fate, I feel you, but I think honestly, it'd be a lot tougher for EJ fighting. Like, for instance, you talk about contenders. If Boots stays at 147 and he fights Boots at 147, it's a lot tougher for him at 147 than at 154.
It's a lot tougher for who?
For if EJ fights Boots at 147.
You said it's a lot tougher for EJ or a lot tougher for Boots?
I think it'd be a lot tougher for both of them. You know what I mean? I think it'd be better suited for 154.
I don't think it'd be a lot tougher for neither one of them. I mean, I don't think it'd be a lot tougher for EJ. I think it's going to be a lot tougher for Boots, period. Whether it's at 47 or 54, because Boots has never felt this type of pressure since the amateurs. The last time he felt this type of pressure was when he fought Antoine. When he had somebody that was going to be in your chest the whole fight. The last time he fought somebody like that was Antoine, and that was in the amateurs. And we know what happened with that. He lost 3 out of 4. So he hasn't felt this type of pressure since then. So it's going to be a lot tougher for Boots, whether it's at 54 or 47.
Facts.
It might be more tougher at 54 because now you get a stronger Earl Spence at 54. Because now
it's true, but Boots gonna be stronger too. Because Boots is big. Boots is big, man. I favor EJ. I'm not saying I wouldn't favor EJ. I'm just like.
I'm not saying Boots not good, but what I'm saying is I know how to take away all Boots' advantages. His athleticism, I know how to take away all that. You stay in his chest. The same way that Gary Antoine was in his chest. Y'all gotta remember, Boots fought the same way that he fights now. He fought like that in the amateurs. He didn't just adapt that style now. He fought like that in the amateurs. But he had somebody by the name of Antoine that was in his chest and he couldn't get away from him. And Antoine stayed in his chest the whole entire fight. And he fucked him up. I mean,
no, you're right, Fate. You're right, Fate. At 147, it would prove definitely. He's already great. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it would. You know what I'm saying? He's already great. You know what I mean? But I think out of everybody, right? I don't think anybody beats Spence. Biggest shot would be Boots. You know, in a couple years, you know, have the best chance. I don't see anybody beating Spence.
I don't see. I mean, like I said, right now, I don't see nobody beating Spence. Right now,
Oh yeah,
if Bud do it, then hats off to Bud. He was able to beat him. But I don't see nobody beating Spence right now. In a couple of years, there might be a few guys that could beat Spence in a couple of years because he's older. So it might be a few guys to be able to beat him. But right now, I don't see nobody. I don't care if you Boots. I don't care if you Bud.
No, I don't. Yeah, no one beating him now. No one beating him now. Not right now.
I don't see Canelo. I don't see Jamel. I don't see none of them. None of them. Because the one thing about the only person that I can see that might have a chance is maybe Jamel because he's more familiar with Earl, but Jamel is not as disciplined as Earl. So Earl will know how to get Jamel out of his game plan. Jamel can't get EJ out of his game plan.
Yeah. Real discipline in terms of sticking to a game plan. That's my reasoning for picking him to beat certain people because he shown you time and time again he know how to stick to a game plan and execute it the right way. And it's just hard to knock him off that. You know what I'm saying? He's very disciplined in the ring.
Yeah, that same pressure he was talking about, Dwayne, that's the reason why I think he just savages Bud. That's just my opinion. Because Bud ain't never seen and felt no pressure like that. And the last time he did, Green Beans almost laid his ass out. So.
What's going on, Five? I ain't see you sneak up here.
Yeah, I said what's up. I was over here I was over here rocking and rolling.
My bad, bro. What's good with it, Five?
Nothing.
Yeah, I just see. I mean, like I said, EJ is just on a different level. He got a whole lot of he got a more focused mentality than a lot of these guys in the boxing industry right now. A lot of these guys is not as focused as EJ. Like there's guys that want to be there's guys that's focused, but when you have a near-death life experience, it's a whole different focus. So you know that you came close to not being here no more. So now you're looking at life differently.
Getting thrown from a Ferrari would do that to you.
Right. Yeah. You looking at life totally different. So you treasuring every moment, every second. So now you taking full advantage of every second that you get. So you
not wasting no movement, no time.
Right.
Like I'm with you. I don't think nobody beats EJ. I don't see nobody beating EJ over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I just don't. Like I said, it might be some guys a few years down the road, but not right now. He's too focused.
Next 3 years. Oh yeah.
He's still in his prime. He's only 31. He's not even 32 yet. He's only 31.
He's getting better, and that's the scary part. He's only getting better. You know what I mean? I don't think we got prime Earl yet. We don't got prime Earl yet.
Right down
there. Yeah, fresh 32. So. Yeah, so I mean, I told people what you said. I'm like, man, y'all should have fought him before the car accident. He had more loopholes in his game. Man, you to the point where Derrick James worked out just as much as his fighters. The whole camp on the same type of time. Nah, bro. They create some monsters over there, bro. It's already hot in Texas. And they keep that gym hot. Man, they be over there getting this shit in, man.
I'll tell you what, Derrick James better get motherfucking trainer of the year.
Oh, he's definitely gonna get it.
Because if he don't, that's some highway robbery ass shit.
Even if this fight doesn't happen this year, he's going to get it because you got a 3-belt champion, you got an undisputed champion.
Yeah.
Nobody else got that.
Yeah, it's true.
Canelo got his ass whooped. Motherfucker, Oscar Valdez got his ass whooped. I mean,
yeah, they did.
The only other person that can possibly get close to getting Trainer of the Year is maybe Bill Haney.
I can see that. I can see that, but I think.
But Bill Haney only has one fighter. Derek James got 2 fighters.
Yeah.
And an upcoming prospect who looking like he ready to kick some ass too.
Frank Martin, yeah, he's coming. He's coming.
Stable it's getting nasty over there.
Rollie better stay away from that dude.
Yeah, Derek James was supposed to get it last year. He was supposed to get it last year, but of course they gave it to Eddie Reynoso.
Team Juice Noso to Juice Noso.
They gave it to him because Canelo won undisputed and Oscar Valdez was the WBC champion, so they gave it to him. But we all knew that Derek James was supposed to get it. But he's definitely right now a lock for Trainer of the Year.
Oh, for sure.
Especially if Earl Spence get undisputed. Now you got 2 undisputed champions under your belt. Nobody had that. Mm-hmm. Nobody in boxing history that I know of had 2 undisputed champions under their belt at the same time. I can't think of. Maybe it was a male and a female. Maybe I can't think of 2 males undisputed under the same trainer at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Neither guy, I say with or without that other undisputed champion, he still deserved it. Yeah, that man, what he earned.
I don't know. I really want to see if Rollie gonna go at 147. Who the fuck are you gonna fight?
Man, leave Earl alone, man. You asking for death for his tank knock you out.
I mean, he can call out Earl all he wants. We know he's not getting that fight. You're not even in position to get that fight.
But if his ass was, you gonna get beat up brutal, then get knocked out.
Right.
Yeah. That'd be dangerous for Rollie. I'm not even like trying to be funny. That'd be a dangerous ass fight for Rollie.
Hell yeah.
Rollie get fucked up.
Suicide for real.
Yeah. Seriously. Fuck all that shit talking. You know what I mean? I know he likes to. He's very brash. He's very confident. I get that and all, but dude, you talking about career suicide right there.
Bang.
Let him do it. I want to laugh.
It's really like they were going there with EJ, nigga. You just like, fuck. This nigga, yeah, he one of them. Yeah, he on your helmet all day.
Correct.
He talking about shit. When he brought up EJ, I was like, bro, this nigga can't be.
I mean, I don't think Rollie's like done. You know what I mean? I feel like he's still young. He got a long career. If he's smart, he could sell his own fight. You know what I mean? So he ain't gonna have no trouble with that.
As long as I stay away from doing dumb shit like fighting people, trying to fight people like EJ. I think he's showing early signs of CTE. Yeah.
No, honestly, I think he needs to change trainers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Bullet is training him right. You know what I mean?
Nah, me neither.
Bullet be swallowing fucking bullets the way he be fucking thinking.
Booker T, Rick James looking ass.
A lot of it do look like Booker T and WCW.
Hey, maybe Rollie can get in there with Blair Cobb.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
Blair. I said that. Blair and Rollie, that'd be a good one.
I mean, Rollie would be heavy favorite, but yeah, that shit'd be funny.
I think Rollie would probably knock Blair Cobb out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really might, yeah.
It's man. Blair,
both of them niggas
will be back.
Now, one thing I will say is Blair Cobb do have some boxing ability, but Rollie probably would try to roughhouse him and end up knocking his ass out.
Rolling too strong for Blair, man. Mm-hmm. Shit, Blair Cobb's gonna wake up in a fucking Ric Flair promo. No bullshit.
But yeah, I don't know what
bullshit be saying.
What
Yeah,
in the right mind? You couldn't fuck with Tank. What in your right mind think you gonna fuck with Earl Spence?
See, he trying to collect that disability early.
Not saying that Earl Spence and Tank Davis are on the same level, because they're not on the same level. They're two different type of fighters. But Earl Spence is a much bigger, much stronger fighter. You is not getting in with no fucking Earl Spence. Now, Earl Spence might not have the one-punch knockout, but what Earl Spence is going to do to Rollie, he's going to break your ass all the way fucking down. He's going to fuck around and make you quit.
Break his ass down. Like
be like, you know what, man, boxing is not for me. I'm going back to daggone karate or judo, whatever the fuck he came from.
Shit, I bet you that nigga I bet you Rollie get a UFC contract just off the fame. I bet you they give his ass a UFC contract strictly off the fame.
Mm-hmm. So it's right in there with the top dog.
Yeah. Hey, that would be a good fight. Put Rollie in there with Rosa.
Shit, throw his ass in there with goddamn Khabib.
Rocha?
Yeah.
Shit, put Rollie in the octagon with Khabib.
That would actually be a good fight. Rosa and Rollie, because Rosa actually he gets hit a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Rollie might be able to land a shot on Rosa, but I think Rosa is more technically sound. He would probably eventually get Rollie up out of there.
I really want to see if Blood Card's gonna bounce back though.
Blood Card bouncing back to motherfucking WWE. He gonna bounce back from what? He wasn't ever nowhere.
Shit, let him fight Montana Love.
You talking about moving down to fight 140 pounder to get knocked out again?
Shit, yeah, no, like Montana Love's last fight was shaky as hell. I think Rollie will sleep his ass.
I think Montana Love and Blood Cars would be great. Montana Love last performance was shaking than a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Montana Love, that would be a good fight for Rollie, because it all depends on if Montana Love gonna come in and fight focus.
Man,
if Montana Love come in and fight focus, he probably get Rollie out of there.
Yeah,
but if he coming in overweight and not making the weight and all this shit.
I like Montana Love, man. He's one of my favorite prospects. He's one of my favorite prospects, man.
That nigga get somebody to line up for face. He gonna be old, boy. Montana Love gonna be bald here by 35. He get his haircut so damn much.
Yeah. I don't see Montana Love lasting too long. I don't see him lasting too long.
I don't think he ever gonna win the world championship either.
Yeah, I don't see Montana Love.
He'll probably have to stake out right for him to win the world title.
Where's Montana Love from?
Shit, Ohio.
What the fuck is up with these Ohio motherfuckers?
And nigga from Ohio somewhere.
No, Ohio. That's the thing that I don't understand about Ohio fighters. They have some good ass fighters that have talent, but it's like they're not focused to be boxers. It's like they always trying to be something else other than a boxer.
Yeah. I feel you there. Like their mentality is not right for what they trying to do.
Their personality is
But they got talent like shit. I'm not gonna knock them. They got talent like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
They got a lot of good ass fighters coming out of Ohio, but for some reason these motherfuckers is never focused. And I got that same feeling with motherfucking Big Baby Jared Anderson.
Hey, don't you put
I get that energy too at times. You know what I mean?
Don't y'all put that devil in the air. Don't y'all say that.
Hey, I'm telling you, I got faith in him. I'm gonna tell you what Big Baby Jared Anderson remind me of right now. I'm not saying he's going to end up like that, but what he remind me of motherfucker Belinga. He's getting too much of this star status before he did anything.
Listen, fuck Berlanga. I'm Puerto Rican. Fuck Berlanga.
Look how Big Baby Jared Anderson is carrying himself right now, and he hasn't done too much. But he's carrying himself like he's a superstar, and you haven't done anything yet. And that's the same thing with like Belinga. Belinga was carrying himself
like before you become one now.
No, I'm not saying he don't have the skills. He got the skills. He got the skills to be a hell of a boxer. But when you haven't done anything and you putting on that that uniform of being a superstar and you haven't done anything, now your head is starting to get a little bit too big before you done anything. And that's the same thing that happened with Belinga. He got too much of that star status before he did anything, and then we saw his ass had to drop back down to earth.
I really feel like Bob holding Jerry back though.
Oh, I think Top Rank will release Berlanga. I think that it'll be before the end of the year after that whack ass shit that he did. He embarrassed my people to the fullest.
I really feel like Bob holding Jerry back though. That's just me.
But
You'll be better off.
Like I said, I hope Big Baby doesn't end up being like that. But it just, like I said, I see him moving in that direction of one of those fighters that's thinking they're bigger than what they are.
I think he be putting in the work.
I got fighters I like, but like I ain't really had no fighters since EJ or like Benavidez, and then that just made me be like, "Oh shit, that's my new favorite fighter."
I got a lot of fighters that I like. I got a lot of fighters that I rock with, but there's a lot of fighters that I like and that I rock with that don't move. They don't move. I mean, I ain't gonna say they don't move the right way, but they don't have the mentality of being the best in the sport of boxing. Their focus is on other shit other than boxing.
Yeah.
There's only a few fighters that I could say they 100% focus is on boxing.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think this whole generation coming up gonna be like that though, because they ain't really just. Nowadays, you don't have to 100% focus on one sport to be great at one sport.
No, you don't. But you have to be 100% focused when you.
Now you gotta be 100%. Now you gotta be 100% committed, but like.
No, what I'm saying is you got to be not committed. You got to be 100% focused when you stepping in there in the ring with somebody that's on a skill level as you. Now they might not have all the skills you got, but they on the same skill level as A-list fighter. Like EJ and Bud. If Bud coming there not focused, his ass possibly gets stopped. If EJ coming there not focused, he possibly can get stopped. That's what I'm talking about. That's why you got to be focused. You might not have to be 100% committed. As long as you're 100%
getting stopped either way.
I mean, it might be either way, but what I'm saying is, if you're not 100% focused,
I feel you. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it might be an early stoppage.
You might get that wrong thought for that split second, get tagged on the button, and you done.
Right, like Adrien Broner.
Yeah, I feel you.
If Adrien Broner was 100% focused, he probably would have never got beat up by Madonna.
Yeah,
but
I
he wasn't
agree.
100% focused.
Yeah.
His head was he wanted to be a rapper and a boxer.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
That's why I think like mentally wise, that's why I think EJ, and this is just me, and I think a lot of people can agree. It feels like Bud ready to cash out. You know what I mean? Like you went to the Hall of Fame, you probably felt that like you know what I mean. Maybe it's my time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
moving like
paying these legends to say you gonna win and and all that.
He told everybody that. Nobody's listening to what he said. He said, "I'm not fighting in my late 30s and my early 40s. I'm not doing it." So he's already going to be 35 in a couple of months. He'll be 35. That man is not fighting too much longer. He's already on the verge of tapping out. He already said he's not fighting in his late 30s. He said, if it was up to me, I would have retired a long time ago. But he has other people to take care of, so that's why he's still boxing. But he said, if it was up to me, I'd have retired a long time ago. So he already in that mind focus of tapping the fuck out. So that's why I said, I believe, win or lose, this fight with EJ is going to be his last fight. Because he's going to be like, okay, I did everything I said I was going to do. I'm a 2-division undisputed champion. I'm done. Or I just took the ass whooping of a lifetime. I'm not doing this shit no more. I'm done.
I just wanted a snack.
I don't believe he fighting too much more after EJ. I believe this. If he take another fight after EJ, he probably take one more fight and then he's done. He might take one more fight after EJ and he's done. I don't see him fighting too much longer after EJ. most fighters don't fight too much longer after EJ anyway. Most fighters take one, maybe two more fights, and then they're done.
Telling you, shit looking spooky after a fight with EJ. That shit be looking spooky.
That's why I say I believe if Danny looked bad in this fight, this might be Danny's last fight. I don't see Danny having success at 154 anyway. What did he do at all his success was at 140. He ain't had no success at 147.
I feel like he gonna beat Jose Benavidez, but it's gonna be kind of like a natural 154 pounder. His ass through.
He might beat Jose Benavidez. He might. We don't. I'm not 100% sold on that. I will favor Danny because Danny. I believe Danny's a better boxer than Jose Benavidez, but he ain't that much of a favorite. I got it like 51-49%.
I ain't gonna lie to you, but they got down the little ching chong. This shit gonna be so good.
Hey, we saw what Jose Benavidez did. He was in there with motherfucker Bud for 12 fucking rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, let me got down. Get Chinese food when I got down, punch a nigga in the face.
And he was getting outboxed, but he stayed in that motherfucker fight all 12 rounds until they said, you know what, that's enough.
Yeah,
he had one leg at that time.
One leg, yep. One leg, yep.
He had one leg. So that leg is healed now. That's what I said. I don't know if he's going to beat him. I favor him to beat him, but it's not by a long shot. I got it like 51-49%. And if he don't beat Jose Benavidez, I believe Danny's going to retire.
Yeah, man, he better. I expect him to win though.
Yeah, I don't think the result of that fight is as clear cut as a lot of people are saying.
Benavidez looks so mad shitty to me in his last fight against the journeyman. That's why I ain't picking him to beat Danny.
But you know what's funny? A lot of like, I don't want to say the best boxers ever, but a lot of like, you know, the good boxers, they struggle with the journeyman. You know what I mean? Well, it's always journeymen that are trying to prove themselves.
Or whoop Ryan ass. Right?
That's because the journeyman comes in there. They come in there. They ain't got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, exactly.
So they gonna give it all they got because they ain't got nothing to lose. They already ain't been counted to win this fight, so they ain't got nothing to lose. Whether they win or lose, it is what it is. They ain't gonna get another big fight after that. So they like, fuck it. I'm going here and try to upset this motherfucker. Everybody picking him to win. Let me upset him.
Exactly why I'm saying it's a toss up, Fate, because EJ do that to you. EJ make you remember getting hit by him, and that shit you'll remember it because everybody know he the eye snatcher, so you gotta have that in your head, like.
Yeah, and who's to say that Danny don't take a shot to the motherfucker's face by Jose Benavidez and Danny just say, hold up, I remember last time I got hit like this. That shit didn't end well.
It was not good.
He might freeze up.
Yeah, I can see it happening.
So I'm just saying. That's why I want to see what happened with Ugas because Ugas took the worst beating that I've seen Earl put on anybody. I haven't seen Earl put a whooping on nobody like that ever. So I want to see what the fuck Ugas going to do next because that man, he took an ass whooping. That's why I say this Earl Spence is worse than the old Earl Spence. The old Earl Spence probably would have just knocked Ugas out. This Earl Spence, he beat Ugas up. He beat him up.
Yeah, he did.
Bad.
Yeah, he did. And and when you hear him hitting, like his when he connects, them shits thump. Like you could feel it.
Yeah, them joints was hard shots. It was like, and it don't even look like Earl Spence is even throwing them hard shots. When you looking at him throwing the shot, it don't look like he's throwing hard shots. But when them motherfuckers land, all you hear is, I'm like, God damn, he's fucking this dude up.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, though, he need to chill out with looking for his mouthpiece. He said he's gonna get a new mouthpiece.
Yeah, they need to give him a new mouthpiece because that's the second time that happened. It happened in the Danny fight, and it happened in the Ugas fight.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican reporter, he was like, "Hey man, like it keeps on happening," and then he laughed about it. He's like, "You're right."
He showed low IQ by not paying attention to the mouthpiece. He showed low boxing IQ. Man, y'all be fucking reaching, man. That's a lapse in concentration. That has nothing to do with boxing IQ. You fucking idiots, man. That's just
that has nothing to do with boxing IQ.
Nothing.
The referee said stop, and he looked for the mouthpiece, but he was supposed to stay on his guard. I mean, his guard yourself at all times.
The referee said stop twice at that for what it's worth.
Right. The referee said stop, and he went looking for the mouthpiece, and Ugas threw 2 more shots. So that had nothing to do with his IQ. That was just he just made a mistake. It wasn't.
He smiled at Ugas. He smiled at Ugas after he tagged his ass.
That was nothing about a boxing IQ. That was just a mistake that he made. He heard the referee say stop, and so he went looking for his mouthpiece. And Ugas just threw 2 more shots.
Yeah. His ass was surprised he landed them shots. That's why he ain't follow. He was like, "Oh shit, I landed." Finally got something in on his ass.
And then when he hit him and he saw Earl Spence bounce off the motherfucker rope, like, all right, come on. That nigga Ugas' eyes look like, God damn, I just hit this nigga with 2 of my best shots and this motherfucker's still standing.
Mm-hmm. And it was clean too.
Yeah.
Because I honestly believe anybody else he would have hit with that shot, he probably would have dropped him. He probably would have dropped him with that shot because it was 2 clean shots right on the chin. And Earl just stumbled back and bounced off the rope and got right back in his stance. Like, he waved the ref off like, nah, come on.
I've watched a lot of EJ like when he gets tagged because early in his career, like he dropped his right hand when he throws his left hook. He drops his right hand a lot, so he leaves himself vulnerable for a left hook himself. So I've seen him get tagged and like he eats them like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Like when he got caught with Danny, when Danny caught him after the bell, that nigga rolled that joint off like, nigga, my chin's still here.
Correct.
I'm like, I mean, he got a hell of a chin. Did y'all hear who Bud said was his toughest fight ever?
Who he said his toughest fight ever was?
Gamboa.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard.
He said Gamboa was his toughest fight he ever had. He said that's the first time he had to face adversity. He was like, the first time I got hurt and I had to face adversity, I was losing in the fight. He's like, that's the toughest fight he ever had.
Mm-hmm. Well, welcome to hell, baby, because that's where you're going when EJ punch your ass in the fucking stomach. And Gamboa, I don't know what the hell.
If EJ rock Bud like that, your ass going down. You're not gonna be able to recover.
I'm saying it here. If that fight ever happens, EJ stops him 11th round, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the fight gonna go, to be honest with you.
I don't know either, but that's what I think.
Yeah, I got EJ winning. I don't know if it's gonna be on the cards or if it's gonna be by stoppage, but I got EJ winning. I just see EJ being a better technical boxer, and he's able to take what Bud gives out. I've seen Bud get hurt in multiple fights. I've seen him get hurt against Sean Porter. Now, EJ got stunned against Sean Porter, but I've seen Bud get hurt a couple times in that Sean Porter fight.
You know what's funny? Everybody talks about Bud switching. Everybody knows he's not a natural switcher. But nobody talks about how when Earl's in the pocket, he switches. He'll switch to orthodox, bang you to the body, shift his feet to keep the angle on you, and he'll still bang you to the body. No one talks about that. You know what I mean? No one talks about that shit.
They don't see it. That's why,
bro. They don't see it because they so used to just looking at Earl just going to the body. They don't pay attention to his footwork. That's why when we did the daggone fighter ratings, we talk about Earl's footwork. His footwork is underrated. He got excellent footwork. He's never out of position. He switches his feet up to make sure he stayed in range to be able to hit you with either shot, whether it's a right hook or a left hook. He stay in range.
And that man's arms are so damn
Even
long too.
If you look at the fight when he fought Chris Algieri, when he knocked Chris Algieri out, he switched up and hit him with a right hook. He switched orthodox and hit him with a right hook and knocked his ass out.
Facts.
Made his ass sit against the ropes real quick.
Yeah, he knocked him to the ropes, and Earl ran up on him and switched orthodox and caught him with a right hook. Bow! His ass asleep.
The way he did Bundu. The way he did Bundu was savage.
Yeah, he did Bundu, man. Algieri did Algieri bad too. Disrespect shit out of Algieri.
Bro, why Mary J. Blige so fucking funny, man? Every time this motherfucker get to dance and shit, I just be cracking the fuck up.
I don't know.
I'm talking about she be on the stage dancing like, is this cool?
Oh shit,
that's a fight. That's a fight that I want to see.
I didn't even know she'd still be performing, Flossie. I thought she'd just be stuck on book 2 of Power.
She ain't shit on Power. Boy, I can't stand her ass on Power.
I watched like one episode and I was like, nah, I can't do it.
A fight that I really want to see real bad. I really want to see Big Shot Shaw and Big Baby Anderson.
That'd be a good fight.
I got Big Baby by toilet flush, man.
I'm telling you, y'all sleeping on Big Shot Shaw.
Hell, I don't watch them.
Big Shot. Hey, y'all talk about switch hitters. Big Shot Shaw is a switch hitter at heavyweight.
I don't give a damn if you got the clap on, clap off lights, motherfucker. I don't give a damn.
Okay.
I don't give a damn. You got the. I don't give a fuck.
I'm trying to tell you.
Look, I don't watch the nigga, and I don't see it. I don't see him beating Big Baby. I don't.
I saw it on TikTok.
Hey, if I'm wrong,
I'm trying to tell you. The man can do everything that Big Baby Anderson can do. Everything. But he's more technical than Big Baby Anderson. He's like a heavyweight Earl Spence. I'm trying to tell you. He's like a heavyweight Earl Spence.
Here you go. I'm trying to tell you, you made it sound like it's Sam's Club to Walmart, but it's really Sam's Club to fucking Dollar General.
I watched this man fight.
Big Shot, he coming. He's good. I agree with Dwayne. He's good.
Hey, you know somebody I was wrong about though?
Who that?
Yeah, I was wrong about Joe Joyce. I'm gonna quit hating on Joe Joyce.
He called out Wilder. He gonna be dead.
I just hate the way he fucking move in the ring. Like he moved like
his punches so slow. It's like a knuckleball in baseball. You don't know how fast that shit coming.
Like, bro, he moved like the fucking Terminator. Like you can shoot bombs at him and hit his ass with bricks and rocks. This motherfucker just gonna keep goddamn chilling. It'd be like Thomas the Train with Bulletproof Woman.
He said, Big Shot said he sparred with Joe Joyce. He said he sparred with Joe Joyce. He also sparred with Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, shit.
But
he couldn't Deontay Wilder. You crazy?
But this is the thing. He sparred with Deontay Wilder in a southpaw stance the whole fight.
Versus the police in
He's an orthodox fighter, but he sparred in a southpaw stance the whole fight.
I'm not sparring no fucking Deontay Wilder. I don't give a fuck. That head there can't save me from getting knocked out.
Nah, he held his own against Deontay Wilder. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all sleeping on Big Shot. He held his own against Deontay. Not saying he'll beat Deontay, but he held his own against Deontay.
I ain't acknowledging.
A lot of them motherfuckers was getting knocked out against Deontay Wilder. A lot of them motherfuckers that was sparring Deontay Wilder was getting knocked out.
I'm not acknowledging Big Shot unless it's Chance of Billups, nigga.
Hey, I'm just saying.
I'm just talking shit. I really don't know D-Free. I'm just talking shit.
I'm just saying that man is different.
There's this heavyweight Russian as well. This heavyweight out of Russia that's knocking dudes smooth the fuck out.
I know what Flossie looking at. Flossie looking at all that flashy shit that Big Baby Anderson doing. That flashy shit gonna get Big Baby Anderson slept.
No, they got the whole tool bag, man.
I'm telling you, that flashy shit gonna get him slept. Fucking with Big Shot.
Yeah,
he gonna try to throw one of them little flashy ass punches with his guards down, and Big Shot gonna catch his ass.
I ain't acknowledging no nigga named Big Shot unless it's Chance Billups.
I ain't fucking with no. I ain't backing no nigga named Big Baby. Big crybaby ass. Big crybaby ass. The last Big Baby got caught on motherfucking drugs.
Man, he wasn't on drugs. He was selling drugs.
That nigga got on drugs, selling drugs, whatever the fuck. The nigga wasn't the shit, and he been shit since. He came back and forth, and that nigga like pure shit.
Pure baby shit.
Nigga name is
he was like pure baby shit. That's what he looked like.
That's the worst kind of shit too.
Okay, different. I'm saying you. I'm gonna tell you something about flossing. Every time I get a good feeling, I'm right every time.
Shit.
Every time. Every time. The only reason shit go wrong in my life is when I have a good feeling and I don't listen to you.
I bet you Bob won't never put Big Baby in there with Shaw.
He won't. He won't. Too risky. Too risky.
I know he not. He like, hold up. I'm not putting his ass in there with him. This motherfucker gonna fuck around and fuck up the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Big Baby gonna be a world champion, man.
And Bob ain't in the business of fucking up the bag anymore. His ass, his ass could croak right now.
Possibly. I'm not gonna say Big Baby won't be a world champion. He possibly could be a world champion. It all depends on who he's facing, though.
I'm not hating on him, but where my energy just went wrong with him is when he came out in that one fight with the little pimp outfit on, looking like the Godfather from fucking WWF.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I ain't like how he came out with that. You know what I mean? Like,
do you think Big Baby will beat Usyk?
That's a tribute to
Fuck no. Fuck no.
That's a tribute to his hometown, though. He did that shit for them Ohio players, man. That shit
I'm talking to Flossie, because Flossie like Big Baby. You think Big Baby will beat Usyk?
No, I ain't saying that, but I'm saying by the time he get his title shot, niggas like Usyk and Wilder and all they have been probably phased out.
They'll be out of there. They'll be phased out. Yeah,
they'll be gone.
Yeah, he only like 22, yo.
He probably won't get. But he probably won't get another title. He probably won't get a title shot for like another 3-4 years, bro.
Yeah, Big Baby like 22 years old.
He probably won't get a title shot till he like 25.
Anthony Joshua about to be phased out once his ass lose for the second time.
I'm gonna tell you when they're gonna give Big Baby. I'm gonna tell you when they're gonna give Big Baby a shot at the title. This is when they're gonna give Big Baby a shot at the title. They're gonna put him in the ring with either Charles Martin or Dillian White.
What weight class the Ghost fight at? Frank Sanchez.
That's when he's gonna get his shot at the title. When they put him in the ring with somebody like that, I ain't gonna say it's gonna be those guys. I'm just saying those guys on those levels. When they put him in the ring with somebody on that level, that's where he's gonna get a shot.
That nigga he could be Andy Ruiz right now.
They would never put him in there with Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, he could beat him.
He might be able to beat Andy Ruiz. He might.
We talking about Andy Ruiz, and his ass got to get past King Kong first, because Andy Ruiz about to get phased the fuck out too if King Kong KO the fuck out of him.
The thing is, I don't know what kind of chin that Big Baby got, because he might be able to.
I don't know what kind of chin Big Shot Shaw got either though.
I do. I seen Big Shot Shaw get hit.
Ah yeah.
I seen him get hit.
Ah yeah, here you go.
You ain't been watching Big Shot Shaw like I've been watching Big Shot Shaw.
I've been watching like 4 of his fights. That's good enough for me. I don't watch the last.
You watched 4 of his fights. That's what I'm saying. You ain't been watching like I've been watching.
You're supposed to get better with every fight, don't it?
And he has. He has got better with every fight.
I ain't seen death or no friend that made me be like, he's way better than Big Baby.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're looking for the flashy stuff. He's not flashy.
No, I'm not.
What have you seen Big Shot not be able to do?
I just don't see no shit that made me be like, oh damn, he'll beat the shit out of me, baby. Like he good.
I don't think he beat the shit out of him, but I think he beat him.
I don't think he beat him.
I ain't say he'll beat the shit out of him. I said, but he'll fuck around and sleep Big Baby if Big Baby try to come in and throw one of them flashy ass punches. Big Baby will get caught with some shit and go to sleep.
I'm telling you, Big Baby will stop his ass.
No, not gonna happen.
Why not?
Not gonna happen.
Why not? What the fuck?
It's not gonna happen because Big Shot is not that type of fighter to leave himself open and get caught with something big like that.
Yeah, most niggas ain't that type of fighter until they that type of fucking fighter.
No, you said sleep.
That type of fighter until they get there.
There's a difference in beating a person and sleeping a person. Beating a person, it just means you just outboxed them. But sleeping somebody, that means you caught him with something big. Big Shot Shaw don't get caught with nothing big like that.
So what do we call what EJ does to people then? Because I mean, he beats them. He don't knock their ass out. EJ beat him up. He beat him up.
Say knock him out cold. I'm just saying
he break their will. I think EJ take people's souls.
No, what you said you said sleep them.
It's like you saying Big Shot Shaw got all this, and you're assuming that Big Baby don't have that.
No, you said Big Baby would sleep Big Shot Shaw, and I said nah, not gonna happen. Now I ain't saying Big Baby won't be able to beat him. He possibly can beat him, but I don't think he's gonna sleep Big Shot Shaw. I think it's more of a chance of Big Baby getting slept than Big Shot because Big Baby leaves itself open more than Big Shot does.
Let's speak that shit into existence then.
That's more than dope alone now. The man ain't.
But I know Bob ain't gonna make that fight.
That man ain't that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dwayne. I don't think it's too high risk to too low reward.
That man ain't that highly talented for no reason, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what about you think? Hey, Flossie, you think he beats Frank Sanchez?
Yes.
Who?
Yes,
Big Baby.
Yes, I do.
I think Big Shot Shaw or Big Baby Anderson both will beat the shit out of Frank Sanchez. I think both of them will beat the shit out of Frank Sanchez. Especially that fight of Frank Sanchez that I just saw. That fight that I just saw from Frank Sanchez, I think both of them will beat the shit out of Frank Sanchez.
Yeah, you talk about Big Shot holding his own to get Deontay Wilder and shit here. They said Jerry Anderson was in camp giving Tyson Fury the fucking blues.
That's because Tyson Fury was 300 pounds, wasn't doing nothing but laying on a motherfucker. He wasn't boxing at all. He was laying on motherfuckers.
Niggas still world champ of the world, man. And you motherfuckers dislike Tyson Fury all they want to. Tyson Fury got fucking skills.
Skills in figuring out how to fucking cheat.
Yeah, even then, whether you cheat or not, if you ain't got the skills, you cheating ain't gonna do shit for you.
I mean, that glove bending 90 degrees backwards, that shit.
I agree with that. I agree with that, but he did beat him 2 other times though.
He beat him 1 other time.
Yeah, the first fight long count, third fight long count. You know what I mean?
He beat Deontay Wilder 1 other time. That second fight, he cheated. The first fight, he cheated. The last fight was the only fight that was on the up and up as far as we know. That was the only fight that was on the up and up, and he won that fight.
I'm just, okay, by that logic, he's still better than him cheating or not. Cheated, he beat him. He didn't cheat, he still beat him. He beat him both times, either way.
Beat who both times?
He beat Wilder either way it went.
He beat Wilder 1 time.
Bro, he knocked him out twice.
He knocked him out.
Nah, but like what? Like I'm pretty. You already know, Flossie, man. You already know, man. Them counts was way too fucking long, man. And I ain't even being biased because I don't like Fury, man. But like that shit's a disgrace to fucking boxing, man. That shit pisses me off.
He only knocked Deontay Wilder out 1 time.
I'm saying even if you say that this nigga only fought him fair 1 time, time that was fair on both sides, Tyson Fury knocked that nigga out.
He knocked him out one time.
And that was the one time that people said that everything was fair, and he still knocked him out.
Yeah, he did.
He cheated the first 2 fucking fights. And then a long count in first and third.
I'm saying, who's to say that he wouldn't have knocked him out the second fight?
He didn't. What are you talking about? He didn't.
Okay, dude.
He didn't even drop him. Even with the shit in his glove, he still didn't drop him.
Even with him being drugged the fuck up, still ain't drop him.
Oh, yeah, you did.
He didn't. You can go back and look at the fight. Deontay Wilder didn't hit the canvas not one time.
Tyson Fury is a better boxer.
So, he had something in his glove, and the man was drugged.
That's me taking my fucking feelings out of it. Tyson Fury is a better fucking boxer than you.
I'm not saying Tyson Fury is not a better boxer, but he only beat Deontay Wilder one time. I don't count a cheat as a win. I don't count that draw as a win. He beat him one time.
Okay, scratch both of them, and the one time that everything was fair and fucking even, he won still.
Yeah.
But because he was knocked down like 2 rounds prior and he got a long count. So it don't matter. All 3 fights, it was some fugazi ass shit going on.
I'm gonna put it like this. I put a dent in your head. I put a dent in your head from a previous fight. And
he ain't never been no fucking knockout artist. Had like 3 fucking knockouts in his whole career.
The next time we fight, I fight you normal. I don't cheat at all. And I keep hitting you in that same spot and eventually knock you out. You gonna say, okay, yeah, he was a better fighter than Deontay Wilder because he put a dent in his head from the previous fight?
Man, he got that fucking knockout in the third fight because Deontay Wilder gassed the fuck out.
Yeah, but when he tagged his ass, the referee wasn't counting after 6. And then when he kept on counting. Like, come on, you can't stop the count. If you count that and you go by the rules of motherfucking how they're supposed to referee, that shit was like a 14-second count.
I mean, you can look at it.
Yeah.
When they got the 10, Tyson Fury was still on his knees.
Yeah, you can't not include that in the argument. Like that was so obvious. Like you cannot not bring that up. You know what I mean? Like that's just it's just there. It's like
it was 2 fights that Deontay Wilder should have had won by knockout. The first fight and the last fight. He should have won by knockout. Both those fights.
Mm-hmm.
The first fight, he was knocked out completely. By his own words, he was knocked out. The third fight was a long count. He was still on his knees at the count of 10. He was still on his knees. That's supposed to be 2 knockouts right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said he ain't no knockout artist, and he only got 2 knockouts. He got a knockout at every win he got. It's up like 9 fights out of like 30. He got like 23 fails.
He's not a knockout artist.
30 fights.
Because the majority of his fights is TKOs.
My point is not. That's a TKO. That's not a knockout artist.
Yeah, it's not a knockout.
I never said he was though.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, Flossie, because you said he was not. I said he's not a knockout artist, but he had all these knockouts. And in reality, out of all those TKOs, only 3 of them are official knockouts. Well, now the 4th one because Wilder.
I knew before the third fight happened that Tyson Fury was gonna win that fight. I mean,
you can say that. Like I said, Deontay Wilder knocked that man out before he actually got knocked out. Deontay Wilder had already won.
Because like even you heard even Andre Ward. Andre Ward said it on the live broadcast. He's like, "Come on, man, that's a long count." And then even Bradley's, you know what I mean? ESPN fucking sellout ass was like, "That's a long ass count."
There's been a lot of long ass counts in boxing.
But we're not talking about like the generalization of other fights, Flossie. We're just simply talking about the Fury and Wilder.
The Deontay Wilder long count is the only long count that people give a fuck about in boxing.
Nah.
Because that's the count that people most remember recently. You know what I mean? It's what happened most recent.
That Mike Tyson shit back in the day was bogus too.
Yeah.
Long as I've been watching the shit for like the last 5 to 6 years, I've never heard nobody complain about a long count until it happened to Deontay Wilder.
I mean, because of the circumstances that surrounded it, that was the difference between a knockout win and him getting a fucking draw in that first fight.
Everybody said that fight right there, that was supposed to be a knockout right there. The man was asleep when he hit the canvas, and then he woke up at the count of 5.
Like, I gave the first 4 rounds in that fight to Wilder, and then plus the knockdowns. You know what I'm saying? Like, those is 10-8 rounds plus the long count. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to look at it, that shit should not have been no fucking draw. That should have been at the minimum a split majority to Wilder. You know what I'm saying? But that shit ain't happened. So it's like, okay, we accept that. Let's get the rematch. And then that fucking drug and cheating ass shit happened. It's like, okay, let's get the third fight. And then another long count. You know what I mean? Like, and at the end of the day, it's not necessarily that people are complaining just because it was Wilder. It was because it was so blatantly fucking obvious to, you know what I'm saying, to not even the naked eye. You know what I'm saying? Even the motherfucking announcers was saying it. You know, that's how blatantly obvious it was.
Pause, let me ask you this. When do you start counting when a person get knocked down? When do you start counting?
I give you the long count shit. I can't do shit about that.
So if you give me the long count, then Tyson Fury would have never got the knockout then. If you give me the long count, Tyson Fury would have never got the knockout.
You got it.
So then what are we talking about? If Tyson Fury wouldn't have got the long count, we would have never got to the knockout.
You can say that, but I know what the end result was, and if the nigga was in shape, he would never got knocked the fuck out. The nigga wasn't in shape. He looked like a wide receiver and gassed like a fucking lineman.
So whether you're in shape or not, whether you in shape or not, if you knock the man out and they give him a long count, they not trying to give you the fight anyway. So you telling me you come in there in shape, you trained all this time, you knock the man down, they give this man a 13 count. He get up.
You ought to come in. If you know they gonna get up, you ought to come in shape in the fucking first place.
Listen what I'm saying. He was in shape. It was just too much weight. He was in shape. It was just too much.
He was tired about the 5th round, dude.
I'm a big motherfucking anime head. Dude was looking like Vegeta when he fought Cell. Brolic as fuck.
You saying he was out of shape because he was 238 pounds. That's what he wanted to put.
I said the nigga was gassed by the 5th round. The nigga wasn't in shape.
No, he was in shape. The point was, you got to understand, the point of him being gassed is because he put on too much weight. He's not used to having that weight on. Deontay Wilder comes in.
With that fucking weight, man.
Listen what I'm saying. Deontay Wilder normally comes into a fight at 219, 220 pounds.
Yeah, that was the heaviest he ever was. Yeah, that was the heaviest he ever was.
So when you coming in at a size you've never been at, it's going to drain you. You're not used to being that big.
That is a fucking him problem. Is he did this shit on purpose. You know, if you know you're coming in heavier, you need to be in better fucking shape. That's a him problem.
Yeah, but it wasn't him that got gassed. Like, even Fury still outweighed his ass almost by 50 fucking pounds. So all Fury was doing was shoving him down. You see Wilder trying to, you know what I mean? Had to hold him up.
If you putting on an extra 15, 18 pounds, and you got another person that's 300 pounds leaning on you, it's going to drain you.
But you know that shit, bro. You know that shit before the fight even fucking happened. So you're supposed to prepare yourself for that.
That's why he came in at the weight that he did, because the fights before Fury was leaning on him. So he figured the extra weight would keep him from doing that. You know what I'm saying? But
you're also supposed to prepare for the energy that putting on that extra weight is gonna fucking take.
You're not getting it, Floss. You're not getting it.
You're not getting it. If you know you're gonna put on that extra weight, you know you have to be in twice as good a condition if you're gonna do that.
Listen what I'm saying. Regardless of what you're prepared for, your body is still going to naturally get tired from somebody laying on you. It's going to happen. Regardless, you can train all fucking year long. You got a 300-pound that outweigh you by 60 pounds laying on your ass. You're going to get tired. I don't give a fuck how much you train. You're going to get tired. I don't care how much you train. You're going to get tired.
Bro, you literally could have did better than what you did getting yourself in fucking shape. That's literally something that you can control. You literally can. Or don't put yourself in a fucking position for the nigga to do like that.
You go into a gym and you train your ass off and you get in a fight with somebody that outweigh you by 60 pounds. You in tip-top condition. You can go 15 rounds. You get in there with somebody that outweigh you by 60 pounds and he leaning on your ass. Tell me if you not tired by the 5th round.
Bro, I can see if you said that for the first fight, but by the time that happened, nigga, this the 3rd time you don't bump this nigga. You should know.
You can't keep a motherfucker off you if he's 3 pounds and he's 6'9". You're 6'9".
Hell, if he had more boxing skill, he won't be in that position in the fucking first place.
I mean, look at all the boxers that fought EJ that had more skills and are more fancy with their feet. They can't keep EJ off of them.
But what I'm saying is your conditioning is the one thing that you can control and dictate, no matter what happens.
You're not, like I said, you're not getting, because your condition is going to wear down regardless. I don't care how much conditioning you got. When you got somebody laying on you, no, it's boxing, it's heavyweights. They gonna clinch. They gonna clinch. And when they clinch, he's laying on his ass. What heavyweight boxer you know bounce around the ring and don't let nobody lay on him?
Nigga, I'm saying he gassed quicker in that last fight than he did the first 2 fights.
And my point is because he put on more weight to be able to try to get him from getting tired from Fury laying on him. But it works against him because he's not used to being that heavy.
Yeah, you even saw it in the fight. At one point, it looked like his knees buckled because he was holding Fury up.
What I'm telling you is, I'm not giving a nigga a pass for that because you put that extra weight on fucking purpose.
I'm not giving him a pass.
When I felt like he really didn't fucking need to.
I'm not giving him a pass for it. I'm saying I understand why he got tired in that fight.
If he don't put on that weight, Fury crushes his ass with his weight.
I know why he got tired.
If he arguably beat this nigga right already before, what you put on extra weight for? If you already done beat this nigga,
you didn't hear what we said. The first fight he beat him. The second fight, Tyson Fury put on more weight and laid on Deontay Wilder. So Deontay Wilder said, I got to be able to get this man to stop laying on me or be able to carry his weight. So let me get bigger to be able to hold up his weight. That's why he put on more weight. He beat the man the first fight. The second fight, Tyson Fury laid on him. And he cheated him in that fight. So Deontay Wilder said, let me put on more weight to be able to compensate from him laying on me. That's why he put on more weight.
And that shit up at all. Okay, you got it. You fucking got it.
I mean, however you look at it, it would never even came to the end result.
Okay, I'll play devil's advocate. Seeing it from Flossie's perspective, I get what you're saying. You put on the extra weight, you would expect that if you put on the extra weight, be ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe do a little more cardio with that weight. You know what I'm saying? Get used to carrying around the weight. I totally get what you're saying. You know what I mean? And your argument saying, if he supposedly won the first fight, why did you put on the extra weight? Because in the second fight, it was Fury was relentless in that second fight. The cheating, the more obvious of the cheating fights. You know what I'm saying? And he was leaning on Wilder. So Wilder's thought process was, let me put on weight because I have to be able to hold this dude up during the fight. Because if I can't, I'm dead.
I'm just saying, if you know you're gonna put on that extra weight and your body not used to that extra weight, maybe you should do more cardio so you could be able to handle that new weight that you have.
I agree, and to an extent, I blame Malik Scott in an essence, because Malik should have told him, like, listen, don't put on too much weight because you're gonna gas quicker. So I get what you're saying. I'm not arguing against what you're saying, Flossie. I see your point of view, and then I see Dwayne's point of view. Both of them have valid points, but when you look at just straight simple, you know what I mean, simple math, 1 + 2, 1 + 1. When you look at it, Wilder had to do what he had to do, and when you look at it, the argument is plain and simple. Wilder won fight 1 and fight 3. Fight 2, he lost. Okay, whatever. Fight 1, fight 3, he won. That's what Dwayne is just simply trying to say. Like, he wasn't expecting to gas in that nature. You know what I'm saying? And he would have never gassed in that nature if it wasn't a 14-second call. You know what I mean? 14-second count. You get what I'm saying?
Even if he would have gassed, he still dropped him after he had gas, and the fight was over. The fight was over. But they gave him the long count.
But at this point, all we could ever do is just, you know what I mean, debate about it. You know what I'm saying? But our debate is never going to change the result. We know what we know. We saw what we saw. Our opinions will always differ. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is.
That's also a reason why Tyson Fury said, I would never fight Deontay Wilder ever again. So if they make Deontay Wilder the mandatory to the WBC, Tyson Fury would drop that damn belt. He said, I would never fight him ever again.
Yeah, he said Wilder took years off that man's life.
I just don't too much care for Wilder, bro. Every time he gonna end up in a high level boxing situation, if he don't land that looking punch, he ain't gonna win.
But that's what makes it so exciting to watch him. It's to know that he about to knock your soul out your body at any second.
He did land that right hook. He landed in every single fight except for the second one. He landed it.
Yeah, I think he landed that shit too many times for it to be lucky. I get it, but I think he landed it way too much in his career.
Except for the second fight.
He just met a guy that was able to kind of, you know.
Not too shabby for a former NFL player, right? Or former football player, I should say.
Right.
If anybody in this
that man, I mean, there's nobody in the heavyweight division that's going to stand up to Deontay Wilder's right hook. I mean, right shot. Nobody. And
I think them too.
Tyson Fury is the biggest heavyweight in the division, and Tyson Fury couldn't even stand up to it. He got slept twice.
He's knocked dudes out with their own hands. That's how hard he hits. Hit you in through your defense, you about to knock yourself out real quick.
That's the same reason, and that's the same reason why Tyson Fury said there's nobody in the heavyweight division that will be able to beat Deontay Wilder.
Bro, I'm from Alabama. I don't need the whole Deontay Wilder speech. I already know the whole shit already. I already know.
Bama.
I've been knowing this nigga my whole life. My dad had worked with his fucking sister, and I went to school with his nephew. I've been to like 6 of his fights already.
Part of Bama you from, Flossie?
I'm from Talladega. Like Tuscaloosa, like an hour and a half away. And his
That's cool. I've been to Alabama a few times when I was younger. Went to Floribama for some deep sea fishing. Was in Mobile.
Like, bro.
For a little bit.
I don't be fucking with me like
That's the reason why Tyson Fury said there's no heavyweight that will beat Deontay Wilder not named Tyson Fury.
Yeah, I think them too.
He said he's the only heavyweight that will ever be able to beat Deontay Wilder. He said none of those guys going to beat him.
I don't
Usyk is too small. Usyk too small to face Deontay Wilder. He's going to get caught. He's too small. And we all know that AJ don't have no fucking chin. The first time that
I'm not saying that nobody can beat Deontay Wilder. I just said I prefer Tyson Fury over Deontay Wilder. That's just me.
That's you. I don't.
I'm taking the skills over the power every time.
You can take the skills over the power all you want, but if you got to cheat a man, that means your skills ain't that fucking good.
Yeah, I usually take the skills over the power, but in Wilder's case, I take the power. It's just too exciting to watch that one thing knock someone's soul out their body.
I agree with Flossie. I take the skills over the power any day, but if I gotta cheat you, that means my skills ain't that fucking good.
I agree.
All right, I don't believe in them that much. That's for damn sure. Some doubt.
Either you don't believe in them or they not that fucking good because
some
you got to cheat
doubt there or something.
Yeah, something you got to cheat a man. So they can't be all. If you got to cheat a man, if you supposed to be that skilled and Tyson and Deontay Wilder don't have boxing ability like that, what's the point of you cheating them for?
I just said I take the skill over the power. That's just me. I always will.
Nah, I'm with you on that too. But just when it comes to Wilder, I make the exception for him because he got fucking smelling salt.
Tyson Fury felt the same way until they had that first fight. After that first fight, he was like, I can't fight this nigga like that. I gotta cheat his ass. This nigga's put me to sleep. I gotta cheat him. That's why he cheated in the second fight. He know that Deontay Wilder slept his ass. That's why he had to cheat in the second fight.
I just want to see Wilder back fighting again, man. I'm anxious to see him hit the ring again, man.
Hopefully he fight Helenius.
It really might sound weird.
That's what I was hearing. I was hearing Helenius was probably the gonna be the thing for him.
Like this might sound weird, bro. Like, but when I watched Deontay Wilder fight, I spent 95% of that fight frustrated than the motherfucker. I gotta be frustrated for 95% of the fight. I don't even want to fucking watch it.
I mean, that's you because you looking for something else. I'm looking for an actual.
I don't want to spend the whole fight like, bro. What the fuck?
My whole thing is, I'm watching Deontay Wilder from a point of I've been around boxing my whole life, and I know this man didn't start learning how to box until he was 19 years old. So the man is learning on the job, and he went 41-0 with 41 knockouts. That's exciting to me. For a man that learned how to box at 19 years old, and he went 41-0 with 41 knockouts, I'm like, shit, this motherfucker's exciting to me.
Still to this day has like a 97% KO ratio.
That shit don't mean nothing.
There's only one boxer right now in the game that got a higher KO ratio than him, and that's Tank.
That'll be got 100%.
Yeah, Virgil with 100% to 18.
I mean, there's guys
come on, Virgil don't count. Come on, man.
There's guys with 100% knockout ratio, but they ain't have as many fights as Deontay Wilder because Gary Antoine got a 100% knockout ratio. Virgil got a 100% knockout ratio. Arthur Beterbiev got a 100% knockout ratio. But ain't none of them motherfuckers hit. None of them motherfuckers hit 20 fights.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It might be because like I got like the fresh boxing perspective on it because I ain't grow up in it, so I look at boxing a whole different way. But
I respect that. I can see that.
Don't none of that shit Wilder do just make me be like, ooh, like that shit don't do nothing for me at all.
I mean, like I said, you're looking for something different in the boxing. You're looking for something different.
Like it doesn't move me at all.
Like I said, you're looking for something different in boxing. What I'm looking at somebody that's in a ring with somebody that's been boxing much longer than him. All these guys that he's been in the ring with been boxing much longer than him. And he's still beating the shit out of these people.
I'm saying that shit really, like for me on the outside just coming into boxing, that shit don't mean nothing to me because when I look at the fight, I don't give a fuck when you started boxing. It's either you fucking got it or you don't. And him just looking like shit for 95% of the fight and knocking a nigga out, that shit don't move me.
I mean, but see, I guess that depend on depend on what fights you talking about because I don't think that been the case for the bulk of his career. Now maybe you can say you look bad for the bulk of a couple of his fights and got outboxed, but not the bulk of his career. And I think the fights that you're referring to is when he fell in love with that right hand and stopped actually boxing.
When he first won the WBC title, he beat the shit out of Bavern, and he outboxed Bavern in that fight.
Yeah, he did.
He outboxed that man.
Well, you talking to
that was the first fight. That was the first fight that he fought, and it went the distance.
Yeah, he outboxed the shit out of him.
And then he came back and knocked his ass the fuck out.
Had his ass doing a breakdance move.
Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's not just Wilder or something. Cause I really.
No, I mean it's just you see the fighter that's still raw don't have a lot of he's not technically and fundamentally sound like that. And you caught him on the tail end probably when he stopped really using the skills that he do got when he just fell in love with the right hand. Because he really did do that. He didn't do that his whole career.
I genuinely hate heavyweight boxing.
Like, check this out. Check this out, right? Like, so a lot of people say, like, he don't got no skill. Well, you don't win a fucking bronze medal in the Olympics if you don't got no skill. You know what I mean? You don't go to the Olympics if you don't got no skill. You feel me? Like, and I'm not saying he's the most skilled, But you know what I mean? Like you can't say, you know what I'm saying, he don't got nothing because you gotta have timing to catch dudes to put him sleep. You know what I mean?
It ain't even that for me. It's just certain fighters that are great are just like not my cup of tea for real.
I get what you're saying. The same way you feel about Wilder is the same way I feel about fucking Bud. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel where you're coming from.
I feel the same way about Bud. I know Bud got skill. I know he stopped people. He great or whatnot. But when I watch Bud, the shit don't move.
Yep.
What do you look for in a fight then?
See, when it comes to boxing, I look at boxing just like I used to look at women before I got married. I don't go into it looking for nothing at all. I just know what I like when I fucking see it.
And that's what I'm asking. What do you like? What do you look for?
That shit hard to say because I like Spence and I like Benavidez, but they two completely different fighters. Like I like them for different reasons. It's just I don't know. I'm an odd test type of nigga.
Then you know another thing about Wilder that make him special is like even with that being said, you see how you just like it just don't move me. Even with that being said, that's cool. There's never nothing wrong with that. But look, even with that being said, look what he accomplished.
Yeah, I ain't saying he ain't
respect, bro. Sound like a hater.
No, I get you. I'm just saying, like that's what to me that makes him impressive. It's the rawness that he still possesses.
I'm gonna say
on the job and still able to.
JJ, man, ain't no hating going on, man. It's just difference of opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like if he don't like Wilder, he don't like Wilder. You can't force somebody. You know what I mean? To like him. You know what I'm saying? Like it's his opinion.
That's probably what he's saying. Some people ain't.
We ain't bashing him for his opinion. We just have an educated debate up here on the panel, man.
I'm just saying the shit don't move. Like he great as he don't move me, but that. Me saying Wilder don't move me ain't really saying much because the heavyweight self don't fucking move.
I feel you.
I'm gonna say it like this. Like I'm used to seeing boxers because where I grew up at, I'm used to seeing boxers like Gary Russell, Mr. Gary Russell. I'm used to seeing his older brother because that's who I'm related to by blood is his older brother. I'm used to seeing those guys. They got boxing skills. I mean, anything you looking for as far as a boxer, they have it. I'm used to seeing that. So when I saw Deontay Wilder and I knew his background story and I watched Deontay Wilder get in this ring and beat these guys that I know been fighting much longer than him, and I'm sitting here watching like how the fuck he's setting these guys up and they supposed to know what's coming. They've been boxing longer than him. They know all he got is a right hand. How is he setting them up like that? That's what I'm intrigued by because I'm watching this man that's raw and he's setting these guys up. It's not like he just goes there and hit him with a right hand. He's actually setting up his punches. And I'm like, man, this motherfucker is raw as shit, but these motherfuckers been boxing much longer than him and he's setting them up. That's what I'm intrigued by.
Yeah, that's what intrigues me about him too. You know what I mean? You know where he comes from and how he's doing it all. You know what I mean? That's what intrigued me about him. You know, and
it ain't like
we can all agree to disagree. You feel me? Like ain't no thing, man.
I don't like Wilder. I think Wilder's cool. I'm just not enamored with Wilder like some people are.
I feel you.
But it ain't.
It's like I never liked Tyson. Never liked Tyson.
I was a Tyson fan. Now, who I never liked, and I still would never like, is Lennox Lewis. I never liked Lennox Lewis. I would never like Lennox Lewis.
Don't get me wrong. Like Tyson's fighting style I love the way he moved. Like that back and that Customato style. You know what I mean? Like in your face. I just didn't like. You know what I mean? Like how you're saying, Flossie, that it don't move you. You know what I mean? Like I loved it, but it just ain't move me. You know what I mean? So I feel you 100%.
I
never liked Lennox Lewis. I never liked Lennox Lewis. I don't know what it is about Lennox Lewis.
I treat basketball like if I don't feel no type of way when I watch you fight, and I don't remember exactly who I am when I watch you fight, I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Like Lennox Lewis, I don't know what it is about Lennox Lewis. I never liked Lennox Lewis' style. It's just something about Lennox Lewis I never liked. Just like
I didn't like him until I started to respect him once I got older and started to really go back and watch him.
I respect his boxing skill.
Yeah, I ain't care for him. Yeah,
he's a good fighter. I respect it. I just never liked him. Just like the Klitschko's. I never liked the Klitschko's. It's something about them. I just don't like them. They look too robotic to me. I just didn't like the Klitschko's. But Lennox Lewis, I don't know what it was about Lennox Lewis. I don't know if it was his arrogance or what. It was just something about Lennox Lewis. I just never liked him. I mean, he was a good fighter. I just never liked him.
I feel the same way about Josh Taylor, anyway. Cepeda. Who else? I ain't never really just liked Lubin like that for some reason. Like, I've never liked Lubin at all. I don't know why. I don't too much care for Triple G like that. Can't stand Canelo. I actually gave Canelo a fair shot, and he just showed me he wasn't shit. Well, I don't too much care for Better BF like that, but he good.
I like Better BF. He's that dude like a bear.
I like Butter Beef because Butter Beef, that man coming in, he coming in on a mission, and that he's not going to let you stop him from completing his mission. He remind me of a motherfucking light heavyweight EJ. Except he don't have the skills EJ got. But he reminds me of a light heavyweight EJ. He comes in there on a mission, and he's not going to let you stop his mission. That's how EJ come in with the same mindset.
I really don't know why I don't too much care for him. Maybe his personality is just bland. And he just basically spoke with like supernatural strength.
Like I like to watch Butter because I want to see it.
He looked like the lumberjack off the damn wood commercial, man.
I more so watch Butterbeef. For the most part, I watch Butterbeef to see if there's anybody that's actually going to be able to stop this man. That's why I watch Butterbeef. I want to see if anybody's going to actually be able to stop him.
I watch it for the opposite reason. I watch it to see if a motherfucker finally going to be able to take his fucking punch.
That too. I mean, I watch for that too, but I just want to see if there's going to be anybody that's actually going to be able to beat this man because he coming in on a straight mission like, I don't give a fuck who you are. I'm walking through your ass. And I thought for a minute, I thought Joe Smith was going to be able to do it because Joe Smith was catching him at the beginning, and then I saw him hit Joe Smith. I was like, oh, no, it's not going to last long. It's not going to last long at all.
And another one that some people don't like, I never cared for Lomachenko a day in my life.
Oh, hell no. I stopped watching Lomachenko when he didn't want to give Gary his rematch. When he didn't want to give Gary his rematch, I was like, okay, yeah, he flawed.
I don't too much care for him because of the way that ESPN tried to force feed him onto me.
Yeah,
they did. But you can't blame Loma for that. You know what I mean? That's not his fault. You know what I'm saying? That's not his fucking fault.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Loma for that. But I never really paid attention to that until later on in Loma's career. But when I stopped watching Loma is when he didn't want to give Gary his rematch. When he didn't want to give Gary the rematch, I was like, okay, yeah, he's flawed. He really don't think he could beat Gary. He just happened to catch Gary on a bad night. He don't think he could beat Gary.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Y'all can feel how y'all want to feel, or whatever. I don't give a damn. I don't think Loma could fuck with a picture of Shakur Stevenson or Devin Haney at this moment at all.
Not right now. I'm a Loma fan. I'm a Loma fan. I've been on record plenty of times. I'm a Loma fan, and I don't think he could fuck with any of them.
I feel like he has a better chance against Tank than the other ones, and I'm not saying Tank ain't skilled. I'm saying from a size, like from a physical size aspect, he has a better chance to get.
But I don't think Loma beats any of them, but he don't get washed by any of them. I don't think he gets savaged. Like Haney would probably be Loma probably would be Haney's toughest fight to date if he were to fight Loma, because Loma just has a different style. He fights on angles. He's agile. You know what I mean? Dude took dance and ballet for a reason.
But I will say, I think Loma would get washed against Shakur. I think he would get washed against Shakur.
I would agree. I would agree. I think Shakur probably be I think he would kind of beat him up.
I don't see Loma winning not one round against Shakur.
Like, people are always fascinated about his fucking footwork. Like, bro,
because he got pretty footwork, man. Loma got pretty ass footwork.
He got pretty footwork against motherfucker that can't fucking move.
Yeah, he got good footwork, far as being able to spin your opponent, and use different angles to hit you.
Yeah,
But when you fight somebody else,
Shakur Stevenson do the same shit, and they said that nigga being too flash and he cocky. Then when Lomachenko do it, he the fucking Matrix.
Yeah,
like when you fight, like when I saw Lomachenko couldn't fuck with somebody that can box when he got in there with Gurry. When he got in there with Gurry, and I saw what Gurry was able to do to Loma, I was like, okay, Loma can't really mess with nobody that can actually box as well as he can. He can stay in the ring with him, but he ain't gonna better just outclass him because Gurry was dehydrated and he still was able to give Loma a lot of problems. And I was like,
I think Loma waited too long to come out the fucking amateurs.
Of course he did. He waited till he was over.
Yeah, he had over 100 fights. I think he aged himself. You know what I mean? I think he aged himself.
He had over like 300 fights.
I don't believe in that coming out.
Yeah, close to 400.
Yeah, it was like close to 400 fights he had. He was over 300. He was like close to 400.
But like, let me ask y'all something. Like, okay, because I just love the term devil's advocate, right? Play from both sides, right? So I'm not in disagreement as far as like the Shakur and the Haney and the Tank. You know what I mean? Like I agree. I think all of them beat him. But what happens if Loma beat them?
Shit,
he the man.
Loma is good.
Straight up.
You know what I'm saying? Like, do y'all ever like? And I'm not saying that y'all don't, but do y'all ever like sit back and like really think like, man, like Loma's not no chump. Loma ain't no joke. You know what I mean? Like he got skills. You know what I mean? Like, and he could win. I'm not saying he don't have no chance. You know what I'm saying? But my question is like, if y'all really see it, like, how would y'all feel? Would you say bullshit, like, nah, it's a fluke, or would you actually accept it?
You just gotta give him his credit.
See, if I say it's a fluke, I'm gonna hate that dude, and I ain't one of them.
Unless there's some fluke shit involved, I don't call anything a fluke. I say, okay, he won. Now, if he don't want to give him a rematch, then I'm like, what the fuck? Just like with the Gary Russell, he beat Gary Russell. Gary Russell will tell you, yeah, that man beat me. He's like, I was dehydrated, but the man beat me. He said, I want a rematch. Loma was like, nah, I'm not giving you no rematch.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Loma ain't want to give him no rematch. Yeah, Loma ain't want to give Gary.
Gary still won his rematch. Loma will not give him a rematch.
Oh, that's shit. I skated out this time. I ain't finna fuck around and risk it again. That shit, man. But now though, I'm the type of dude like I can say somebody gonna lose all the time, whatever, cool. But if he prove me wrong, I'm gonna give you your credit. Like, damn, what did his shit then? Because if I don't hate him, and I can't be a hater.
Just like the whole thing with the Ryan Garcia. I gave Ryan Garcia his props. He beat motherfucker Fortuna. He came in and did it what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to knock him out. He knocked him out. I gave him his props.
People get mad at me when I don't overdo it. Like I gave Ryan credit for Fortuna, but I'm not gonna act like he just beat like a world champion type of nigga.
Right.
Like, I give you your proper credit, then just move along.
Right. And exactly, because you fought somebody at 140 pounds that never been at 140 pounds before, and the man came in at 156. This man Fortuna fought at 135 his whole career. He comes into the fight for the first time at 156 pounds. Nigga, you ain't do something that nobody else couldn't have did. Anybody else probably would have been able to beat Fortuna that night. But I'm going to give you your props. You did what you said you was going to do. You knocked him out. I give you your props for doing that.
I give him credit because it was a slight step up from his last fight.
Yeah, it was a step up. I'm not going to say it wasn't. It was a step up, but it wasn't the same Fortuna that we thought we was going to see.
Fact, bro.
No, I ain't. I'm about to say, I wasn't like down Tank IQ no shit when I said what I said, JJ. It was just goddamn Loma and Tank is like closer in size.
Nah, I get, that makes sense.
I feel like the skills along with the size of Devin and Shakur will get Loma more problems. That's all I'm saying.
Like he might have some success with Tank Davis, but Tank, I want to know what Loma's going to do when he get hurt, because we never seen Loma hurt before.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's the big question with everybody that's gonna end up fighting Tank. What's gonna happen when Tank hits your way with that shot? Cause he gonna land that motherfucker. So
right. That's the question that I have. Not saying that Loma ain't gonna be able to stand in there with Tank, because Loma do have decent boxing skills. He can stand in there with Tank, but when Tank catch him what the fuck is he gonna do when he get hurt for the first time in his career? Because Loma's never been hurt. He's been down. They didn't count it as a knockdown, but he's been down. What is gonna happen when you finally get hurt for the first time in your career?
I think Loma could create enough angles to like avoid it for a little while, but eventually he gonna get clipped at least once.
Loma problem is the angles that he like to create. He'll oftentimes lead him leaning over to the right, which would be right into Tank left hand. So that's the way I see that. He'll have to use them angles in a different way, and I think Tank got the foot speed to keep up with him. So I don't think he'd be being the Matrix that night.
Nah, he gonna be doing the Matrix, but it ain't gonna be the Matrix he wanna do.
Yeah,
Hey.
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm gonna make somebody mad online when that video game come out. I'm gonna beat up Loma with Ryan Garcia on the video game. I'm pissed off. Somebody gonna be pissed off. They're like, shit ain't realistic at all.
It's like I said, it's even with like the whole Bud Crawford fan. I'm an EJ fan, but if Bud Crawford beat EJ, I'm gonna give Bud his props. He was the man.
That shit. What else?
I'm still gonna be an EJ fan.
But
so if Loma was to beat Tank, Shakur, or Devin, I'm gonna give Loma his props. I'm still gonna be the fans of those fighters, but I give Loma his props for beating him. Loma was the better man that night.
The problem with Bud fans is though, like even if Bud was to beat EJ and we give Bud credit, us giving him credit still ain't gonna be enough for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never give that man credit. I will never, ever in my life, ever give him an ounce of fucking credit. And the fans make it even worse. The fans make it even worse. All this bias shit, all this excuses, like if they chill with him and pass the blunt to him on a regular basis, nah.
I'm not gonna be biased like that. I give everybody their credit when it's due. So I will give him credit. Even like Tyson Fury. When Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder, I gave him his credit. Even though it was a long count, I mean, it is what it is. I gave him his credit. He beat Deontay Wilder. I gave him his credit.
Yeah,
but
that's where my bias kicks in. That's where my bias kicks in. That's why I don't like to really speak on Bud. I try to not speak Bud because I don't like Bud. I don't like the way he moves. I just don't like his aura. I don't like how he went to Hall of Fame and paid dudes to say he's gonna win. You know what I mean? I just don't like that.
Jason Gaines, he got down.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing like with motherfucker Antonio Tarver beat Roy Jones. I gave Antonio his Tarver. I never liked Antonio Tarver. I gave him his credit. I'm still a Roy Jones fan. I gave Antonio his credit. He knocked out Roy Jones, but I was like, okay, it is what it is. Motherfucker like, oh, what about Antonio? Nigga, I didn't gain a man his credit. How many motherfucking days in a row you want me to give him his credit? I'm not gonna be on this nigga dick like that. He beat him, it's over.
Credit when they do something, is like it's perceived as like hating on somebody.
Right, the fight is over with. I gave him his credit. He won. Okay, move on. They gonna keep trying. Oh, but he beat EJ. Y'all say he wasn't gonna beat EJ. I said if he beat EJ, I'm gonna give him his credit. He beat him. I gave him his credit. Then get the fuck on. There's another fight coming up. I'm not gonna stay on that motherfucker forever. Just like if EJ beat Bud, I'm gonna say I told you I saw, and I'm gonna move on. I'm not gonna stay on that motherfucker forever. There's another fight coming up after that.
I'll tell you, I might hold your feet to the fire and rub your face on the fucking dirt.
Only time I'm gonna bring it up after the fight is over. Only time I bring it up is if the Bud fans say something. Then I'll bring it up.
I ain't gonna lie. They're gonna be my. I can't wait though, cause they're gonna be my ultimate trump card. Look, say EJ move up and lose to damn Tony Harris. Well, damn, he lost Tony Harris. I'm like, shit, he beat Bud. Hold on to that shit for the rest of his goddamn career. Shit, he beat Bud.
I mean, like I said, it's just like some fans just they fans of a fighter. They not fan of the sport. That's why I said I can care less whether I want all my fighters that I like to win every time, but I know it's not going to happen like that. They're going to lose eventually. Like Jerry Buster, he's going to lose. He lost twice.
I'm both though. Like I started watching a lot of boxing because I was a fan of EJ, but like I'm a fan of the sport itself. And I watch fucking fight every weekend, whether I know the fighter or not.
Like I said, I'm still gonna be a fan. I'm still a Deontay Wilder fan. He got two losses on his record. I'm still gonna be his fan. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm not fucking with Deontay Wilder. He lost to Tyson Fury. What?
Yeah, that's weird.
Then that mean I was never a fan of Deontay Wilder.
Exactly. Yeah.
So no, I'm still gonna be their fan regardless. I want my fighter to win every time, but I know it's not gonna happen like that. There's only few fighters that retire undefeated. Most fighters lose some point in time in their career. It's part of the game. You're not gonna win every fight, and if you do, I got a question of what fights did you took? You won every single fight. What fights was you taking?
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of people say, hey, Floyd retired undefeated. Yeah, but towards the end of Floyd's career, he started picking and choosing what fights he wanted to take. Because he got to the point in his career where, like, okay, I tried to fight all these guys. They didn't want to fight me. So now I'm just going to pick and choose who I want to fight. So, I mean, I can't knock him because he wanted to fight all those guys. They didn't want to fight him. So he said, okay, y'all don't want to fight me. So then I pick and choose who I want to fight. Now y'all all chasing me. So I pick and choose who I want to fight.
Like I'll be the first to admit I am extremely opinionated when it comes to Bud. You know what I mean? And like, here's a good example. Like, I'm not a fan of Canelo like that. You know what I mean? Like, just because of all the cheating and shit. But like, I'm pretty sure some of y'all seen, or maybe everybody on the panel seen, like after the Caleb Plant fight, when him and Caleb Plant actually had like a little conversation after the fight, and like he apologized to Caleb Plant. You know what I mean? And like he explained, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry for everything, and like he showed love. You know what I mean? And he told Caleb Plant, keep your head up, because I'm a big fan of Caleb Plant. You know, and when I saw that, because I didn't see that up until maybe about a week ago. So when I saw that, I was like, damn, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm a little too much hateful towards like Canelo, you know what I mean? Like, even though like he cheated, you know what I mean? He does some cheating shit, like as a human being, like for him to do that, and like, it's just, you know, for me, it was cool.
Well, my friend, I'm just gonna have to go ahead and cross the line with you right now. I hope we still be friends after I make this statement. Your boy Caleb Plant can't fuck with a picture of David Benavidez, and I'm telling you this shit right now.
I think Plant beats Benny. I think Plant beats Benny.
Shit, I don't.
I think Plant beats Benny.
You think Plant beat who?
Benny. David Benny. Yeah.
Nah.
He ain't got no power. David Benavidez.
The thing is with Caleb Plant is he gets too relaxed later in the fight. And David Benavidez, he throws a lot of combinations. And he's going to be right there in Caleb Plant's face the whole fucking fight.
You got to have...
Caleb Plant don't have enough... He don't have enough discipline to stay on point the whole fight. He don't have enough discipline to stay on point the whole fight.
I mean, but he's young. He's young enough to learn. It's his first loss. He's 21-1.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not young enough to learn. But if there was a fight tomorrow, I would say David Benavidez will beat Caleb Plant.
I really can't. I can't make that assumption because I haven't seen nothing of Caleb Plant since he's went into, you know what I'm saying, into his hole, and he's working on his craft. You know what I mean? And
no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not saying he's not working on it. But like I said, if they was to fight tomorrow, I will pick David Benavidez to beat Caleb Plant because right now, for what I have to look at, I see Caleb Plant fading later in the fight. I don't see David Benavidez fading late in the fight. I see Caleb Plant fading. So I will have to go off of what I've seen in the past from their last couple of fights. That's all I can go off.
Yeah,
the last few fights. That's all I could go off. That's basically what everybody based their opinion on who's going to win the fight of what you've seen in the past. We don't know what's going to happen in the fight. We just go about what we've seen in the past.
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. If you're gonna beat David Benavidez, you gotta have enough popping no punches to make that man respect you, man. That's the only way.
He's gonna be right there in his face the whole fight.
He gonna have Caleb on the back.
So you think he makes the same mistakes that he made against Canelo then? Because he was working Canelo in that fight. Fuck them scorecards. Fuck them scorecards because he was working Canelo in that fight.
Oh yeah, he was beating Canelo.
Listen to me though. Canelo doesn't move or have the punch output that David Benavidez has. It's gonna be a completely different fight.
No,
yeah, but when Canelo hits you, he fucking hits you. You know what I'm saying? Like so regardless of the fact, you know what I'm saying? Like output compared to power, like yeah, but I'm just saying like Plant was doing very, very good against him.
What I would say is David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, they don't have foot movement, but David Benavidez has a high punch output. He has a high punch output, and he's going to be throwing as Caleb Plant throwing punches. David Benavidez is going to be throwing 3 or 4 back at him. He's going to be throwing 3 or 4 back at him.
David Benavidez got the best combinations in the division.
Yeah, he's going to be throwing like 3 every time. Caleb throws one, David Benavidez is going to be throwing about 3 or 4 back at him. So it's all a matter of can Caleb Plant keep up with the output that David Benavidez is putting out?
I think he can.
We know David Benavidez can take a shot because he's been hit multiple times, and the man's still standing right there. We know he can take a shot, and we know that Caleb Plant don't have the biggest punch in the division. So
that counterpunch shit don't matter when you get hit with combinations. Right. The combinations gonna get the points round by round every time.
Which you say okay, so okay, I know you guys would pick David Benny. So where we're at, you know what I mean? We're at an impasse there. Okay, what about if he fight Andrade?
I think
Andrade against Benny. Andrade against Benny, not Plant. I already know how y'all feel about Plant. I'm gonna get off my boy Plant.
I think Andre will outbox David Benavidez.
I'm telling you right now, I'm taking Benavidez over everybody in that fucking division. I don't think he'll lose a fight until he moves up.
I think if David Benavidez fights Morrell will give it to him.
No, not at all.
I think that one is a 50-50 fight because even though Morrell only has 6 fights, I don't really know what Morrell is made of, and
it's too early to know.
It's too early to know what David Morrell is really made of. So I say that's a 50-50 fight because Morrell got something that a lot of motherfuckers are staying away from him. So he got something. A lot of motherfuckers are staying away from his ass. So he had something. But when it comes to Boo Boo,
that motherfucker could hit hard.
I think Boo Boo will outbox David Benavidez. David Benavidez, he don't have no foot movement. I think Boo Boo will hit him and move. And David Benavidez ain't gonna be able to keep up with him.
Foot moving the way people think.
Man, it's so hard for Andre to even get a fucking fight. Nobody wants to fight him.
But the problem with that is you can't assume that once he fights somebody on David Benavidez level, that he's just gonna outbox and outwork a nigga just because motherfuckers ducking. Ducking a nigga ain't the same. A nigga ducking you don't equate that you will beat them or win. These motherfuckers just stick.
Like I said, I'm just going off of their last fight. And right now, I haven't seen nobody to stop Boo Boo from outboxing him. Whether he fought top competition or not, David Benavidez ain't fight top competition as well. So David Benavidez hasn't fought nobody on Boo Boo's level. Boo Boo haven't fought nobody on David Benavidez level. David Benavidez hasn't fought nobody on Boo Boo level. So I can only go by what I see.
What happened if Boo Boo get hurt?
What happened if David Benavidez get hurt? We know Boo Boo can punch too.
I'm saying, I done seen Benavidez take a punch more times than I've seen David take.
But you said, but what if Boo Boo get hurt? And I said, what if David Benavidez get hurt?
Shit, we're gonna find out. Goddamn.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
I never seen Boo Boo get hurt.
For real, hopefully, right?
Seen David Benavidez get hurt. I never seen Boo Boo get hurt. So it all depends on what happens if they get hurt. I never seen neither one of them get hurt.
I mean, not that we know of. You know what I'm saying? They the ones that be getting tagged, so they'll know if they've gotten shaken a little bit. We've never seen it.
They might have been hurt, but it wasn't noticeable. It wasn't noticeable hurt. So they might have been hurt before.
I'm riding with them when you protected by the red flag.
Your asses done got me to the damn 4-hour mark.
Hold on. Just like you said, you go with skills over power, I'm going with skills over power.
I mean, he got power, but he got underrated skills too, though. People just think I'm not compared to
Fuck that. Best 168er is Billy Joe Saunders.
I'm not.
What you talking about? Zoom that's Chris Eubank.
Chris Eubanks need to fight.
You said David Benavidez has underrated skills, and I say Deontay Wilder got underrated skills.
Hey man, hey, did you see the last pictures of Billy Joe when they came out? Man, that man's fat as fuck.
Fat as hell.
He is fat as hell. Like he's accepted he's like, man, I had my eye socket snatched. He was like, I'm good. I ain't fighting ever again.
David Benavidez though, they talk about Benavidez the same way they talk about Errol Spence. They think Benavidez just comes straight forward and don't do shit.
Well,
that's it. They really think that's all he's good for. Like he ain't got no work.
But the difference is between Errol Spence and David Benavidez is we seen Errol Spence box. We never seen David Benavidez box.
Yeah,
he just come forward and throw machine gun combinations all the time.
We ain't never seen nobody make David Benavidez box either.
Whether they made him box or not, nobody made Errol Spence box. He chose the box. He chose the box when he came in there.
Why would David Benavidez just try to outbox somebody when you can't stop the shit that he doing?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe they didn't make him box.
I'm not comparing him and EJ. No. I'm saying they say the same shit about both of them though.
I know, but the difference is we seen Errol Spence actually box. We never seen David Benavidez box. Nobody made Errol Spence.
Of course we have. I'm saying from the hater perspective, for like Bud, the Caleb Flint fans and all shit like that, they look at EJ and Benavidez in the same fucking light.
I understand that, but
I don't.
I'm just saying my perspective. I've seen Errol Spence box, but I also know that nobody made Errol Spence box. He chose to box when he got in that ring with Mikey Garcia. He chose to box when he got in that ring with Danny Garcia. Nobody made him do that. That's what he chose when he got in that ring.
And I'm telling you, I've seen Benavidez box before, bro. It may not be the textbook flashy style that everybody like to fucking see, but here the nigga ain't just running there with his fucking eyes closed, straight forward, and just throwing fucking punches at people.
What fight did
he got that old school stance. He got that old school stance. His feet are almost like side by side.
It's not. It don't have to be a Devin Haney or Shakur type of style.
No, I'm not saying that they have to be that style neither. But I'm saying, what fight did you see David Benavidez actually box?
Bro, I see it every fight. The only thing that he do that's fucked up is him goddamn facing square up. That's the only real flaw that I see as far like his actual skill.
David
he keeps his hands at his midsection a lot. He keeps his hands down a lot, and so his face wide the fuck open.
He got a decent jab, good body work, and he got great combinations.
But he's also a bigger target to hit.
But David Benavidez doesn't move his head off the line.
Yep.
He has absolutely no head movement.
Yep, and he's a bigger target, and keeps them hands down, and that's his flaw. He keeps them hands down, so you could go in with machine gun punches. I think what Dwayne is getting at is the fact that Andre's too skilled to let that shit even go down. You keep them hands down, and you try to come in machine gun punch, and I'm gonna fucking knock you out type shit, because Andre will knock his ass out.
Hey,
he has no head movement. You're not gonna sit there and just stand in front of Andre and think he's not gonna hit you in your head. He's gonna hit you in the head. He's gonna hit you in the body. And he's going to go right back up top. Well, Andre, when David Benavidez try to hit Andre's not going to be standing right there for to hit him. Andre going to move his head, or he's going to move his whole body and be out of the way.
Wrapping up.
Just like I feel like Andre going to hit Benavidez. If Benavidez be hitting everybody else with combinations, this shit ain't going to stop when he fight Andre.
I'm not saying David Benavidez not going to hit Andre. What I'm saying is Andre's not going to stand right there and let David Benavidez hit him.
Oh, no, I know.
Benavidez, but what I'm saying is David Benavidez will stand right there because he don't have head movement and he don't have the greatest footwork. He will stand right there. While he's throwing his combination, he will stand right there in line for Andre to step to the side and catch him and then keep on moving. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, we gonna see, hopefully, if these motherfuckers ever fight each other.
I mean, Boo Boo already tried to make the fight, and David Benavidez.
Hopefully we get these shit soon, because we need
that's another thing that I need to fucking talk about. Just because a motherfucker calls somebody out or their team reach out to somebody, that don't mean the actual fucking negotiation ever fucking happened.
No,
He
I didn't
was-
say the
I ain't saying you. I ain't saying you. I just said the shit was on my mind because me and JusDue were talking about that shit earlier. How
Yeah.
people get way too much credit just for calling the nigga out.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
And just
But the
because
whole
they call
thing
him out in public and shit don't mean the negotiation happened or a contract been sent to anything. The motherfucker just had word of mouth.
No, but the whole thing is when it comes to David Benavidez and Boo Boo, David Benavidez was the one that called Boo Boo out, and Boo Boo responded, and David Benavidez and his team was like, they ain't doing it right now.
That mean a negotiation never happened, right?
Yeah, I feel you on what you said though, Flossie, because Ryan stay calling motherfuckers out. That don't mean shit.
I'm saying that
I never said a negotiation happened. I'm just saying they said it ain't happening right now.
I'm just saying if it don't get to the point where y'all actually negotiating and shit, no shit like that, to me it ain't shit but hell, two motherfuckers calling each other out.
We didn't talk to Boo Boo team a couple of times, and they didn't try to reach out to David Benavidez. They wasn't accepting it right now. They didn't try to reach out to David Benavidez' team a few times, and they wasn't taking the fight.
You already know. Payday. You want payday. I know that.
Yeah. I'm gonna let y'all fellas get up out of here because I'm gonna be here all night fucking with y'all.
What you mean? We doing 24 hours. Let's do it. Man. No, I'm just joking.
I'll be here all fucking night fucking with y'all. I'm telling you. I appreciate my brothers definitely in the building. You're holding me down, man. You know, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna be back earlier tomorrow though. I came on kind of late today. I'll be back earlier for sure.
That's a bad
bet.
Appreciate my bros. Appreciate all y'all. 5.
All my fellas, man. Y'all be easy. Have a good night. I'll chop it up with y'all tomorrow, man. Y'all be blessed.
Definitely. Y'all be safe. You know?
You're gonna be there, t-shirt.
All right.